そしたら、寺田さん、今いらっしゃいますかね。
うん。
あ、いらっしゃいますかね。
あ、います。
ありがとうございます。はい。
ありがとうござ
そうし
います。
ましたら、オーガナイザールームというところに、
はい、OK です。あり
あ、
がとうござい
はい。
ます。
あ、ごめんなさい。誰か入ってしまう。あ、そうですね。ありがとうございます。お願いします。あ、レイミお疲れ様。えっと、ちょっと今から寺田遥さん、去年の優勝者の人とトロフィーのところをちょっと練習したくて、リハーサルルームじゃない、なんだっけ、オーガナイザールームってところに行けたりする。3人で練習する感じ。うん、OK。じゃあ、移動お願い。
まもなくオープニングセレモニーが始まります。長時間の配信となりますので、端末の十分な充電の上、Wi-Fi の環境の良い場所にてご観戦いただくようよろしくお願いいたします。スピーチが始まりましたら、本大会インスタグラムアカウントと YouTube 上のチャットにて共有しておりますコメントシートのご記入をお願いいたします。それでは今しばらくお待ちください。本日は慶應義塾大学英語会主催第48回福沢杯争奪全日本学生英語弁論大会にお越しくださいまして、誠にありがとうございます。はじめに、 本日この会場に集った選ばれし10人のスピーカーが入場いたします。皆様、大きな拍手でお迎えください。次に、本日お越しくださいましたジャッジの方々のご入場です。大きな拍手でお迎えください。すみません、少々お待ちください。Welcome to the 48th Annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorial Contest for the Fukuzawa Trophy. Now, let's start the contest.
wanna be alone. Ah, breathing in your love or your touch. Oh, it's what I'm living for. Say I'll never waste my time. I'm all you want. Oh, yeah, we live it up. I know for sure that I'll always be yours. We could be spending time chasing nights, cruise the one until we see the sunrise. Hit my line, we align.
Today, we are honored to invite 10 great speakers and 3 distinguished judges. Firstly, I would like to introduce today's 10 magnificent speakers. So, the speakers, please turn on your video when I call your name. The first speaker is Miss Risa Hirooka, representing St. Paul's University. The second speaker is Mr. Koki Naruse, representing Hosei University. The third speaker is Miss Rena Muronaga, representing University of Tokyo. The fourth speaker is Miss Aoi Hiramatsu, representing Tsuda University. The fifth speaker is Miss Aiki Shirakawa, representing Waseda University. The sixth speaker is Miss Yuzuki Yanashima, representing University of Tokyo. The seventh speaker is Miss Misuzu Kibayashi, representing Dosha University. The eighth speaker is Mr. Ryunosuke Haba, representing Hosei University. The ninth speaker is Miss Haruka Kakoi, representing Tsuda University. The last speaker is Mr. Ryo Kimura, representing Keio University. These 10 speakers gathered today. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please give them a big round of applause. Next, I'd like to introduce today's distinguished judges and questionnaire. Judges, excuse me, but please turn on your video when I call your name. Today's judges are Miss Sandra Tanahashi. She is originally from California, USA. Over the past 40 years, she has had the incredible opportunity to live and teach English in Japan. Currently, she is professor in the business department at Bunkyo Gakuin University in Tokyo, where she teaches a variety of English courses, including specialized classes in presentation skills. Her passion for presentations drives her to coach students in effective speech and presentation techniques, preparing them for numerous competitions. Her recent research focuses on the advantage of global Englishes and effective methodologies for teaching English as a foreign language.
よろしくお願いします。
Mr. Yuya Kubota. He was a member of Waseda University ESA from 2012 to 2014 and Quell Space Instructor 2015. In 2014, he won the first prize at Waseda Trophy, Suekawa Trophy, Momiji Cup, and many others. Also, in 2014, he won the second prize at Ikeda Cup and Hosei University, Represent Cup, and won the third prize at Oki Cup, Amano Trophy, Potato Cup, and the President's Cup of the University of the Sacred Heart. Six-time finalist of the Todai Trophy, and won the third prize in 2016, 2017, and 2020. The second prize at the Audience Prize in 2019. Besides, working for a real estate developer, he enjoys servicing as a judge in various speech contests.
Hi, everyone. Good luck.
And judge and questioner is Mr. Naoki Tamura. He earned an MBA degree in University of San Francisco, California in 2005. He won 4 times All Japan English Speech Champion at Toastmasters in Japan and competed at the World Championship of Public Speaking semifinal 3 times in 2011, 2013, 2015 in the United States. He is second place winner at the semifinal of World Championship of Public Speaking held in Las Vegas. He was certificate Aiken test in practical English proficiency. He coaches business professionals for making effective presentation to global audiences. Also, he is currently working for Institute for Strategic Leadership, managing and coordinating leadership programs for corporate executive in Tokyo.
Thanks for inviting me.
Thank you very much for coming today. Next, I'd like to introduce the elimination judges and KSS elimination judges. The elimination judges are Mr. Peter J. Collins and Mr. Haruka Yagyu. The KSS elimination judges are Ms. Kaho Arima and Mr. Rippei Yoshinaga. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Next, it is time for returning the Fukuzawa Trophy. Last year's winner, Miss Haruka Terada, has returned the Fukuzawa Trophy. Miss Terada will receive a replica of the Fukuzawa Trophy in her honor. Thank you, Miss Terada and Miss Mori. Next, I'd like to introduce the timekeeper and MCs for this contest. Today's timekeeper is Mei Yamaguchi. And I, Reimi Hori, and Tasuku Yonemitsu are the masters of ceremonies today. It is my great pleasure to be the master of ceremonies today. Next, Mr. Shintaro Inoue, chairperson of Keio English Speaking Society, will deliver the opening address. So, Mr. Inoue, please.
It is my great honor and privilege to deliver the greeting on behalf of the Keio English Speaking Society. I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the judges, supporting organizations, audience members, management team, and of course all the speakers. Speech is an inspiring and intellectual competition. The content and strategies presented in speeches are highly refined and thought-provoking. Moreover, when speakers are truly committed, their delivery becomes genuinely passionate. Such remarkable speeches captivate and leave a lasting impression on the audiences. I am confident that this competition will offer us such remarkable experiences. To all speakers, please stay calm, give it your all, and make the most of this opportunity. And to the audience, I hope you enjoy the speakers' presentations and feel the depths of their passion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Inoue. Now, this concludes the opening ceremony. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Now, speakers will leave this room. Soon, we will start the impromptu speech session. Please remain seated and wait for a moment. May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? Now, I'd like to start the impromptu speech session. First of all, I'd like to explain the rules for this session. Every speaker will be given different three topics, A, B, and C. Speakers choose one topic from three topics. The topics for the speakers are A. Heritage. B. What is the importance of regret in your life? C. If you become the leader of a nation, what policy would you adopt first? They have 4 minutes for preparing their speech and 3 minutes for presentation. If the speaker continues the speech for more than 3 minutes, I will ask them to stop the speech. We will show the remaining time in this way. During the first minutes, the card will show 2, like this. After 1 minute, the card will show 1. After 2 minutes, the card will show 30 seconds. After 2 minutes and a half, the card will show 15 seconds. After 2 minutes and 3/4 to 3 minutes, the card will show 0. There will not be the question and answer session after speeches. Please wait for a while. The impromptu speech session will start from 12:06. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the first speaker. The first speaker is Miss Risa Hirooka, representing St. Paul's University. Miss Hirooka chose A. Heritage. A. Heritage.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, distinguished judges, or all the organizers and all the audience. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What is your favorite Japanese food? Sushi, maybe ramen? For me, I love miso soup. I love it because I eat it every day, every single day, because I love it. And I just want to pass it on to the future forever. I think everyone should eat it every day. And Japanese food and miso soup, of course, is one of the world heritage. It is the culture that we want to pass on to the future. And heritage is something that we have to pass on to the future and teach everyone something important. And today, I would like to talk about the importance to find things you cherish, you think it is important. And I hope that you'll find something that you would like to pass on to the community and society to make a brighter future. So, like I said, miso soup, I love miso soup, and I just wanted to pass it on to the future. But I also have other things that I want to pass on. One is the speech section. I love making speeches, and my seniors taught me the importance to make speeches and how it is important and how we can communicate with other people from other cultures and other universities through speeches. It is fun making speeches, and I just want to pass it on to the future because it's my own heritage that I got that I want to pass on to the future. And I think everyone has those. And for my other example, I would give on love. My mother gave me love, and my parents, my dad, my sister gave me love. They taught me the importance of love, and I want to pass on to the future in any way, any love. And these things that you want to pass on is really important for the future, for the better community. And for these important things, you should find those important things that you have in your mind. Find your own heritage. For me, I want to pass on the speech section and my love that I got from my parents, my family. Find your own heritage. For me, I have Risa heritage. I want to find your heritage. Just like the miso soup I love, I want to pass on. I hope you find something that you would love to pass on to the future by finding your own heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Hirooka. Now it is judging time. I'm very sorry, judges, but the time is over. Please wait for a while. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the second speaker. The second speaker is Mr. Koki Naruse, representing Hosei University. Mr. Naruse chose A. Heritage. A. Heritage.
Thank you.
Then Mr. Naruse, please come up to the stage.
Sure. Thank you, Masters of Ceremony and Honorable Judges. Good afternoon, everyone. Do you have much money for future? Money saves your future so much, and it eliminates your stress for your future. So today, I'd like to tell you about saving money for future. Saving money connects heritage for your future. I hope you all can be the person who don't have stress for your money in the future. What is the problem if you don't save money for future? I think you don't have anything. You don't buy anything when you were before 20 years. If you are in this situation, you may rent money for other people. What's worse, you rent money from bank. You must return it. But if you can't return, you let your credit earned people. Let me share my experience. I rent money for around people when I was high school student, but I can return it. So I lost credit around my friends, but I found magical method to rent to saving money. Then I can return it to my friends. So today I like to tell you about saving money for future. Why don't people save money? Why can't people save money for future? I think many people use too much money for buying something. Then let me present to you my method to solve this cause. So I recommend you use application, use saving money application. It informs you of money which that using money, inform you of using money. Then I think you can save money for future. This application makes me less stress saving money, and I can save money for future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Naruse. Now it is judging time. I'm very sorry, judges, but the time is over. Please wait for a while. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the third speaker. The third speaker is Miss Rena Muronaga, representing University of Tokyo. Miss Muronaga chose A. Heritage. A. Heritage. Then, Miss Muronaga, please come up to the stage.
Sure. Thank you, the Master of Ceremony and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, everyone. When you hear the word heritage, what kind will we come up with? You may think like this. Oh, heritage. Yes, for World Heritage, Angkor Wat, Pyramid Temple. But today, I'd like to focus on intangible heritage, which I think is very important in terms of communication with people coming from other countries. Intangible heritage is like this, like emotion or like festival, summer festival, or traditional culture that Japanese people have. So today I like to focus on this intangible heritage and why it is important to pass on to the next generation. But before moving on to that, I like to share my short story. I like to share the story of the trips to Taiwan. Last summer, I went to Taiwan, and there, Taiwanese are very kind and nice to me. For example, when I got lost, they told me the way. They told me the way to the stations by in Japanese, and I asked her, "Why you are so kind to me?" And she said, "I once had an opportunity to got lost in Japan too, and Japanese people helped me a lot." So I remember that story. So and I want to do the same thing as you. And I'm really impressed with that because I'm not doing anything to Taiwanese people, but they are doing well, they're doing good things for me. And I think this is a heritage for people who helped her when who helped her in Japan. So I think this can be said heritage. And I think this intangible heritage should be passed on to the next generation in order to promote the understanding in the world. So how to pass? I think there is a two-way. Firstly, let's understand other countries' people well. For example, I had the opportunity to visit South Korea before, and I thought they maybe hate Japan. But the reality was not. So I think understanding of the people in reality is very important to pass the heritage. And the second thing I think important is that being kind to people, because this will help you a lot to have a good impress to others. So in conclusion, in conclusions, I think intangible heritage is important to promote the communication, promote the way communication, and to the workplace. Thank you.
Sorry, the time is over. Thank you, Miss Muronaga. Now it is judging time. I'm sorry, judges, but time is over, so please wait for a while. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the fourth speaker. The fourth speaker is Miss Aoi Hiramatsu, representing Tsuda University. Miss Hiramatsu chose A. Heritage. A. Heritage. Then Miss Hiramatsu, please come up to the stage.
Sure. Thank you, the Master of Ceremonies, honorable judges, audience, and all the organizers. Hello, everyone. Heritage. What do you imagine when you hear this word? I believe most of the people here think of the history and traditional thing that a country or society has. But for me, it reminds me of the connection with people, because that is my heritage in my whole life. So today, through this speech, I would like to share everyone the importance of the relationship, especially in this ESS community. When I was a freshman, I wanted to improve my speech skills, so I get in the ESS speech club, ESS, and started my speech activity. Through my speech activity, I've met a lot of wonderful people and made many nice friends. And through this ESS activity, I gained a lot of experience. And looking back through my ESS life for 3 years, I really wanted to say thank you for all of the people who involved to make my speech. And yeah, I really enjoyed this speech activity because the people and the connection was so precious for me, and it was my heritage. So to make your especially to the ESS members, I would like to say I would like to suggest you to I would like to suggest everyone to treasure your relationship that you made in your ESS community, because it is so much valuable. It makes so much valuable. It makes your speech life more valuable. So the point of this speech is to please treasure your relationship that you made in your speech activities. It will become your heritage in your whole life. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Hiramatsu. Now it is judging time. I'm sorry, judges, but time is over. Now please wait for a while. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the fifth speaker. The fifth speaker is Miss Aiki Shirakawa, representing Waseda University. Miss Shirakawa chose B. What is the importance of regret in your life? B. What is the importance of regret in your life? Then Miss Shirakawa, please come up to the stage.
Sure. Thank you, Master of Ceremony, Timekeeper, and honorable judges. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Have you ever experienced any sort of regret in your life? If you have, what kind of experience was it? For me, I have experienced one of my biggest regrets is losing a friend. Well, by losing, I don't mean actually losing, but I lost touch with them, which is something I regret even now. To me, I believe that the feeling of regret helps you grow as people. Now, let me tell you about my experience. When I'm a freshman, so before I got into Waseda University, I wanted to make friends. I went online and tried to reach out to different people online using Discord. There, I matched with someone who was going to go to the same major as me, which is liberal arts. I hung out with her pretty often, but one thing I noticed is that she had a little bit of distance from me. She would not open up, and before the semester even ended, she abruptly went back to her home country, the Netherlands. I regretted this so much. I wished I had talked to her more. I wished I reached out to her. I wanted to know what was going on. She suffered some kind of mental health issues, so she had to go home quickly. At the same time, I made friends with another person that I met online. He and I had the same hobby of sharing tea. We used to talk about drinking tea. We had a little goal. Let's drink all the tea in this entire world before we die. Well, our friendship was a little peculiar since we had a pretty huge age gap. But at the end, when he was going to fly back to his home country, Turkey, he got really emotional. I thought I did a pretty good job at reaching out, opening up about myself and talking. In the end, I gave him a tea bag. A few days ago, he sent me a photo of him drinking the tea that I gave him. In a way, I thought my first experience with my friend of the regrets of not being able to reach out and talk and get them to open up helped me become a better person, a better companion, and overall, a better friend. So, in conclusion, I believe that the feeling of regret helps you grow as people. And this growth can be very important to you in your life. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Shirakawa. Now it is judging time. I'm sorry, judges. The time is over. So please wait for a while. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the sixth speaker. The sixth speaker is Miss Yuzuki Yanashima, representing University of Tokyo. Miss Yanashima chose A. Heritage. A. Heritage. Then, Miss Yanashima, please come to the stage.
Sure. Thank you, the Master of Ceremony, distinguished judges, and all the audience. Hello, everyone. Cultural heritage. What do you think of when you hear this word? Korea's temple? The shrines and temples of Nikko? Of course, these are famous Japanese cultural heritage. But have you ever paid attention to intangible cultural heritage? Japanese food. This is so much a part of our daily lives that we might forget that it is a World Heritage Site if we are not conscious of it. And more importantly, we may not fully value Japanese food as an everyday thing. So today, based on my own experience, I would like to present how we Japanese feel that Japanese food is important and how we can share it with the world again. In a world divided by wars and infectious diseases, I want to make the world a place where people can understand and transmit the good qualities of their own country. I work part-time as a guide in Tsukiji, introducing food to people from abroad. One day, a customer told me that he enjoyed wasabi-flavored beans and told me to try them because there is a bean store in Tsukiji. When I tried it with a little fear, I found out it was very tasty. And I realized that people from overseas notice the charm of Japanese food that Japanese people do not. Based on this experience, I would like to make one suggestion. Talk about Japanese food with your friends who are studying abroad or with people you have connected with on social media. By doing so, you will discover the charms of Japanese food that you did not notice before, and people from overseas will learn more about Japanese culture. So, everyone, let's eat your favorite Japanese food tonight. Sushi, such as sushi or ramen, and share it with the people around you. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Yanashima. Now it is judging time. I'm sorry, judges, but the time is over. Now, please wait for a while. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the seventh speaker. The seventh speaker is Miss Misuzu Kibayashi, representing Dosha University. Miss Kibayashi chose
B.
Yes. B. What is the importance of the regret in your life? B. What is the importance of regret in your life?
Thank you, the Master of Ceremony, distinguished judges, and all audiences. Good morning, everyone. What comes into your mind when you hear this word, regret? Do you have regret in your life? Today, I'd like to talk about regret. Then today's my assumption is that is it true regret in your life? Regretting is such mind. What if I had to do blah blah blah, right? Regret is the left our mind in our life. Then some of you may think regretting is a big problem for you, but I think it is a true regret in your life. Then let me my experience. Actually, I had regret in my life. Last year, my grandpa passed away because of illness. Then, yes, because of illness, so I could meet to him a lot of times, and I could talk about everything like the past things like you don't like the meat or we could travel with Fukushima Prefecture or the Hiroshima Prefecture. Yes, I have a lot of the exchange my opinions with him. So at first, when he passed away, I felt I have regret too because I wanted more to talk about to him. Then I why I go to the hospital many times, but truly I noticed that I don't have regret in my life because I have a lot of active to him to talk and meet. Yes, yes. In fact, I could exchange my mind or opinion and my feelings with by meeting to him. So I did my best in my life for him. So though at first I think I had regret, but it is not true regret. So yes, this is not waste time for me. So please have your confidence to you in your life. It is not regret for you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Miss Kibayashi. Now it is judging time. I'm sorry, judges, the time is over. So please wait for a while. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the eighth speaker. The eighth speaker is Mr. Ryunosuke Haba, representing Hosei University. Mr. Haba chose A. Heritage. A. Heritage. Then Mr. Haba, please come to the stage.
Sure. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, everyone. Do you know that words? Old Ainu. This is my hometown's tradition, the people's. But this tradition is getting disappeared. Today, I want to tell you the way to protect your heritage in your hometown. And I hope Japan's tradition is protected and Japan is as it is and where all people think tradition is important. So what is the problem? So in this country's countryside, especially countryside, a lot of people discriminated, and the tradition in a special area is getting disappeared. And after that, the tradition is more or less reputed. Yeah, the importance of the tradition is getting disappeared. My hometown is also getting disappeared. So what can we do about it? So at this point, I want to tell that the app, the Mamoru. The Mamoru is Mamoru on this app. We can connect to the countryside area, and we can take some introduction about especially the popular tradition about the countryside. And for example, I took the app and I experienced the Ainu traditional food. So I was told by Ainu people, and I really, it's enjoyable. It was so enjoyable. So at this time, to protect your hometown's important traditional things, I would suggest you to use Mamoru, and I hope its hometown is as it is forever. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Haba. Now it is judging time. I'm sorry, judges, the time is over. Now please wait for a while. Ladies and gentlemen, Let us welcome the ninth speaker. The ninth speaker is Miss Haruka Kakoi, representing Tsuda University. Miss Kakoi chose A. Heritage. A. Heritage.
Thank you, the Master of Ceremony, and distinguished judges, audio organizers, and audience. Good afternoon, everyone. Heritage. Heritage is the like World Heritage Site, like Mount Fuji or Machu Picchu. That's the world's memorable site. But everyone has one heritage. What do you think? Oh, what is this? It is the keepsake. So the day before the Draw Cup, the very important speech contest for me, I was given a box by my parents. And once I opened the box, I couldn't stop crying because inside of it, there's a letter and rings that grandmother left for me. And my grandmother told to my father to give it when I became 20 years old. I wore one ring, her favorite, to the contest. I couldn't make a result in that contest, but I could relax because I felt my grandmother's love, which I have forgotten for 6 years since it has passed out. Since it had passed away. So why is that keepsake important? Is that usually you may have forgotten the person you lose in your daily lives, but once you saw keepsake, you can remember your memories with loved ones, or you could feel that you were loved by your loved ones. So, keepsake is the only little thing, like small rings or the necklace, or they're very little, but has very important meanings. So I want everyone to have to remember your keepsake given by your loved ones, or maybe you have something for your loved ones. Keepsake is the only heritage you have, the only thing in the world. So please remember that when you have birthday, please remember your keepsake and feel your loved ones love. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Kakoi. Now it is judging time. I'm sorry, judges, but time is over. So please wait for a while. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the 10th speaker. The 10th speaker is Mr. Reo Kimura, representing Keio University. Mr. Kimura chose B. What is the importance of the regret in your life? B. What is the importance of regret in your life? Then, Mr. Kimura, please come up to the stage.
Sure. Thank you, Masters of Ceremonies and honorable judges and others concerned. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I'd like to talk about regret. I chose this topic because I actually am a student of the Faculty of Law, and law is there for people to regret on their actions. And also, I chose this topic because I have a deep sympathy with speech, and speech has all to do with words. My regret in my life, it's words that I have used towards people who are important to me. Words are powerful. Words are the most easiest way to express our feelings and emotions. And that important person to me is my father. When I was young, my father was busy during his work, and we didn't really have the time to bond. Therefore, one day I told my father, why wouldn't you leave the time to play with me? Do you not care about me? He seemed shocked. But as I grew up, I came to realize that everything he's been doing was for me, was for my education, and was for our family. And like this, I believe that most of you have something to remorse for based on what they have said to their important people. But to me, that regret was important because it allowed me to look back on my actions, and it turned as a turning point for me. From then, I was able to take caution in what I speak, to take caution in what I feel, and to take caution in what I want to actually present to them. That's the power of regret. No one is actually perfect. It's actually the imperfectness, or that imperfect factor is what makes us us. And how we regret, how we respond to that is what characterizes us. So, how would you feel when you feel your regret? Would you like to change? Or would you like to not change? Regret is not always a negative thing. If I go back to my introduction, law is there for people to feel that regretness. In a society, we live in a world where no one is the same. Therefore, we need to take caution in our actions, and regret is what makes us look back to that. And law is what makes us regret as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kimura. Now it is judging time. I'm sorry, judges. The judging time is over. All speakers have finished delivering their impromptu speech. The distinguished judges will leave this room. Please give them a big round of applause. Next, the participants will leave this room. Please give them a big round of applause. We will have no intermission until 14:20. This Zoom meeting will continue during this intermission, so please do not leave this Zoom meeting. If you wish to leave this meeting, please inform a staff member beforehand. Please be seated by 14:15, 5 minutes before the intermission ends. Thank you. これより2時20分までお昼休憩といたします。休憩に際して諸注意がございます。ズーム参加者の皆様は、ズームから抜けずにそのまま休憩を取られますようよろしくお願いいたします。もしも一度ズームから退出されたようであれば、お手数ですが、担当の運営委員にまでお声掛けいただきますようよろしくお願いいたします。また、円滑な大会運営のため、5分前である14時15分までにはパソコンの前にご着席ください。よろしくお願いいたします。
すみません。これってブレイクアウトの方に招待してもらえたりしますか？多分サンドラさんだと思うんですけど、
少々お待ちください。
僕らから動くの無理っぽい。
そうしまし、ですね、ちょっと、ジャッジングルームへのご移動が今いただけない状況になってしまっているので、そのまま、このルームに残っていただいて、画面オフの状態で、インターミッションの方に入っていただければと思います。
すみません。なんか、
すみません。
見たらブレイクアウ
はい。
トルームに参加ってありましたね。ごめんなさい。ちょっと
はい。失礼いたしました。ありがとうございます。2時20分に再開となりますので、
はい。
2時15分までにお戻りいただくようにお願いいたします。
了解です。はい、すみません。
ありがとうございます。
5分後にプリペアドスピーチが始まります。ご着席してお待ちください。長時間の配信となりますので、端末の十分な充電のもと、Wi-Fi 環境の良い場所にて観戦いただくようお願いいたします。スピーチが始まりましたら、本大会インスタグラム、YouTube チャットにて共有しておりますコメントシートのご記入をお願いいたします。それでは今しばらくお待ちください。Ladies and gentlemen, Now I'd like to start the prepared speech session of this contest. The speakers will enter this room. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. Next, the distinguished judges will enter this room. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. Now, I would like to start the prepared speech session. First of all, I would like to explain the rules of this session. Each of the speaker has 8 minutes to present his or her speech on topics of their own choice. If the presentation time exceeds 8 minutes, the speaker will be asked to stop presenting his or her speech, and he or she will be penalized by 1 rank. After the speaker finishes the presentation, we will have a question and answer session for 3 minutes. The questioner, Mr. Tamura, will ask questions to each speaker based on the content of his or her speech. Speakers will be allowed to answer questions asked within 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, now let us start the first session of prepared speeches. Now, let us welcome the first speaker of this contest. The first speaker is Ms. Risa Hirooka, representing St. Paul's University. The title of her speech is Open the Box of Trauma. Open the Box of Trauma.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, distinguished judges, all the organizers, and all the audience. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Skirts. I love wearing them. The frilly, pretty lace, the sleek, and the beautiful flowy ones. Every time I put them on, I felt like a little princess. Wearing a skirt always made me feel confident until it became a part of my trauma. Approximately 2 out of 3 people undergo traumatic experiences due to natural disasters, relationship, crime, etc. Today, for those who have bad memories you avoid looking back on, I hope you lose your fear and resistance and know that they are resolvable. A lot of us have bad memories, and for me, it all started when I was just standing on the escalator at the station with my favorite black skirt. I was just standing there thinking nothing when I felt something strange behind my knees. I felt something was wrong, turned around, and there, a man came out from right behind me. He was holding a smartphone with his both hands, and I suddenly realized he might have taken a photo inside my skirt. At that moment, my mind went blank, and only I could do nothing. I ran into the police station with my knees shivering, squeezed out a voice to seek help. But the two male police officers said, well, next time something like this would happen, just call 110. For now, we'll set up patrols. That was all they said. I was stunned by how they reacted. I even tried to talk to my parents and my friends to get rid of this disgusting feeling. But every time they gave me advice, I felt this kind of disconnection between my suffering and how they reacted. I started to think that my experience was not a big deal for others, and chose it to keep it to myself. But every time I tried to use the escalators, the moment flashbacks into my mind. Every time I had skirts on, I could no longer go without checking behind me. The confidence I used to have wearing skirts changed into something that would make me insecure. After a year of this traumatic experience, I went to see a friend who experienced a similar situation like me when we were in high school. Someone touched me inside my skirt this morning. This was a shocking moment not only for her, but also me, and I was worried that it might have left her deeply affected. So I asked her if she was feeling okay about the incident. But she said, I regretted doing nothing back then, but now I've got over it, so I'm fine. I was surprised. She was not traumatized, unlike me. Despite both experiencing a similar situation, I was traumatized whereas she was not. I superimposed my life with hers, hoping there would be a key to eliminating trauma. As we were talking about the difference of both of us, I realized the cycle that is needed in overcoming trauma. That is, open, sort, and take out. Trauma therapists say that our memories are usually well organized, like in files, so that it could be remembered whenever we want. However, traumatic experiences are left inside a box, unorganized, waiting for it to be sorted out. But we never do so because we even avoid looking back on those memories. As a result, we leave them as something bad to look back on, and it just flashes back unintentionally. So what we need to do is to open, sort, and take out. Open the box, sort the memory, and practice taking it out. Today, I would like to focus on the first step, opening the box, since it is the most important and difficult step. Opening the box means accepting. We need to accept ourselves as a person who has a bad memory. And to do so, we need one step, to look at the bad memory rather than avoid looking back on those memories. It is to find somebody who will open the lid of the box with you. It is to talk to somebody who will accept you as who you are. It may be a friend, a counselor, or somebody who experienced a similar situation. For my friend, it was her mother. Her mother experienced a similar situation, allowing her to digest it and accept the bad memory. And that friend was also the one who accepted me for who I was. When I talked about my trauma to my friend, she just listened with understanding. She was the one who made me realize that it was okay to tell my story to somebody else. It is important to accept the bad memory with others as support. After that, we need to sort the memory and practice taking it out. But these processes can be done naturally once we accept bad facts. Try to think over and over about what happened. How did you feel back then and now? Regrets, sadness, or maybe relief? After sorting them out as a memory, try to practice taking them out by thinking about the future. What did you learn from that? How can you help others in the same situation? Try to practice taking them out to give them a new meaning. These processes cannot be done immediately. Sometimes it needs a lot of time to speak out, as it did for me. I hope you won't force yourself to talk about it, but share when you're ready. As I was researching trauma therapy, I found a similar method of mine of open, sort, and take out, called the PE treatment. It took the same process, but just done by professionals. I was convinced of the effectiveness of my solution and hoped that it would be widely known in general. The friend who experienced a similar situation like me once said to me, "I will never forgive that criminal. If the same thing would happen to me again, I would grab that guy in the hand and catch him." I couldn't help but laugh at her spirit at that time. But now I would say to her, then for me, I would call 110, report them as a criminal, and never let anyone lose my confidence to wear skirts again. Thank you.
Now we have a 3 minutes question and answer period. Mr. Tamura, please.
Yes, Risa-san, thank you so much for sharing the encouraging story about confronting trauma.
Thank
And I
you.
think you offered a powerful, practical message of hope for everyone
Excuse
who
me.
has faced difficult experiences.
Sorry, like we have like misconducting. Can I restart with like after sharing the time sharing? I'm so sorry. Okay, I apologize for it. Mr. Tamura, please again.
Sure, may I start? All right. So, Risa-san, thank you so much. You described that trauma is like an unorganized box of memories.
Yes.
Yeah, and when you first began opening your box of trauma,
Yes.
what surprised you the most about what you found inside?
What I found surprised is that the first thing I was surprised at was that I was not reflecting on it. So when I first reflected on it, I realized that I was like reflecting on it the first time. And I realized that I haven't reflected for a year. And that was really surprising for me because I thought like it was, well, I realized that I was like trying to delete that memory instead of reflecting on it. So that was surprising for me.
All right, thank you. So you mentioned how hard it was to open the box of trauma, and it took so long before having the courage to open it. And looking back, what was the key moment that eventually made you decide to revisit the traumatic moment?
The key moment was that I thought that I was not alone because of my friend. So before I talked about it to my friend, I thought I was the only one who experienced this. I thought it was the moment that I won't have to keep it to myself. But when I met my friend and realized that she had experienced the same thing, I thought like I was not alone. And then I decided to open it because I was sure that she would accept me for who I was.
Great, great. My last question is this. So I think many people in the world carry trauma,
Mhm.
and they often try to lock it away deep within their memories
Mhm.
and refusing to face it
Yes.
and hoping it will eventually be forgotten. What words of encouragement would you offer to those who are taking this approach?
I would say that I'm always ready to accept you. And you don't have to speak out. It's not necessary for you, but if you want to, if you feel like you want to share, I'm ready for you all the time. I would say that. And I would make them understand, like I would say that I'm understanding them and make them ease their loneliness as much as possible so that they would find a way to open their box.
All right, great, Risa-san. That's all the question I have. Good
Thank
job.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Tamura and Ms. Hirooka. Now it is judging time. I'm sorry, judges, but we must move on the next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the second speaker of this contest. The second speaker is Mr. Koki Naruse representing Hosei University. The title of this speech is Turn Your Weights into Power. Turn your weights into power. Now, Mr. Naruse, please come up to the stage.
Sure. Thank you, Masters of Ceremony and honorable judges. Good afternoon, everyone. When I did my architecture homework, I stayed up all night. I took a super packed train with heavy luggage and I did my task all day. At one dark night, I went home my last train with heavy luggage, heavier than my luggage. My work efficiency got worse. That weight deprived me of the vitality to work on my task, sleep, and mental health. I wanted to escape from this situation. So, today, I will talk about the primitive weight that we all have, fatigue. I'd like to convey to you how to decrease your fatigue. In this speech, fatigue is produced through our daily lives. I define power as helping us from darkness and giving our life brightness. So, you all can have physical and mental comfort of life. Japanese people live with the risk of fatigue. According to the Japan Recovery Association survey, only 21.5% of the participants answered healthy, while 39.9% answered tired, and the rest, 38.6% being chronically tired. About 4/5 Japanese are tired of life every day. This speech wants 39.9% tired person to be healthy and not go chronically tired. Using a smartphone and laptop attacks our eyes with blue light and our shoulders. We use crowded trains and walk without baggage, which makes our legs and other parts of our bodies overworked. The more fatigue we feel, the worse we wake up and our bodies crave more sleep. Weight of fatigue robs us of daily power. What's worse, the weights unconsciously make you mentally unstable. Even if you have a task, you may be less motivated and have a tough time dealing with it. Finally, you end up chronically tired. Then, you get mental fatigue in addition to physical fatigue. Poor concentration makes your work inefficient and your daily life harder. Please imagine, you get up with much fatigue and start about morning. You go to school or work in a state of physical fatigue. Repeat the negative cycle, increasing our tiredness day by day. Let me share my experience. I worked hard on my architecture assignments, hoping to get good grades. But I spent my time with much fatigue. This made me less energetic. I couldn't finish my tasks as I expected. So I made so many mistakes and its quality turned worse. My effort was wasted. I wanted to escape from this situation. Have you ever had such an experience? We get fatigued from blue light and walk without and heavy luggage every day. But we can't eliminate our daily activities and tasks, right? So I started to find out what really turns things bad. I focused on the autonomic nervous system. Autonomic nervous system is very important for our blood flow. When it collapses, our blood flow goes wrong and makes us difficult to get nutrients into our body. This causes the fatigue substances to stay in our body, increasing our tiredness day by day. I was hoping to get out of such cycle, but how? So let me present to you my magical method to turn your weights into power. There are 3 steps. They are simple and clear. First, drink water diligently, especially in the morning right after opening your eyes. It is proved that drinking a cup of water when you feel stressed or nervous will adjust your autonomic nervous. This is because when your body is stimulated by drinking water, your blood flow becomes better. Then leads to adjustment of autonomic nervous. For those who are busy or don't drink a lot of water, I recommend you buy water bottle with time markers. Since time is marked, you can set a goal of when to drink. If you drink water on time, you can drink more water as a result. As a second step, turn it into a habit to smile. Grinning makes your facial muscle relax. It also improves your blood flow and adjusts your autonomic nervous. I recommend you watch some funny and hearing videos on TikTok or YouTube. For example, watching of adorable cats or your favorite comedian. If you worry about eye fatigue, you can watch for 30 minutes or less. This action will automatically relax you mentally and physically at the same time. Third step, let's do some stretching after taking a bath. I recommend you stretch in these moments because the body warms up and the blood circulates better. Stretch leg muscles, neck, shoulder. First, you do this for 5 minutes. Then, you gradually extend the time. It also eliminates your stiff pain and reduces your stress in your body. If you felt bothering after taking a bath, you can also stretch in the bathtub. These steps could be done in the morning, in the daytime, before you go to bed, which means in your daily life. And they make our blood flow very good. Then our autonomic nervous system becomes better. You can feel better mentally and physically and get daily power. If you should make it a habit to get right weight. But if you try to do this method perfectly right away, you can't make it a habit. So I recommend you start one method first every other day. After using these methods, my weight, my body, and mental gradually became lighter. It made my life brighter. Then I finished my assignments before it deadline and with perfect quality. I was able to spend my day with right weight and I can turn my weights into power. Weight of fatigue. You always have it, but this method will be the key to branching your weights and brighten your everyday life. It is up to you to change your life. So, once again, let's turn your weights into power. Thank you.
Now, we have a 3 minutes question and answer period. Mr. Tamura, please.
Okay, Koki-san, thank you for delivering a powerful message about transforming challenges into strength. I think your speech was a compelling blend of practical solutions and inspiring insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So your speech provided us with solutions for physical fatigue. But I believe fatigue often damages us mentally as well, right?
Yes.
Looking back to when you overcame these challenges yourself, could you share how you managed to turn your weights into power on a mental level?
Thank you for your question. So I think if you are mental, if you are mental has fatigue, so I also recommend you do your hobby. For example, watching YouTube, or let's start to sports and so on.
Okay, great, Koki-san. Thank you.
Thank
so your speech highlighted that 80% of respondents reported feeling fatigued, right? But on the other hand, 20% other side, 20% identified themselves as healthy and not fatigued at all. So it's likely that even these 20% of the respondents are also using smartphones and laptops, commuting on crowded trains daily, but they seem to successfully avoid fatigue in the first place. What do you think we can learn from their habits?
So I think so. First, I think they use. So I think they use smartphone and laptop, and they get eye fatigue, but they are very healthy. So I think other 80% fatigue person asked them to what do every day. So other 80% tired person, I recommend I want other 80% tired person to be asked them to what do every day. So you catch.
Okay, Koki-san, thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tamura and Mr. Naruse. Now, it is judging time. I'm sorry, judges, but we must move on to the next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the third speaker of this contest. The third speaker is Miss Rena Muronaga, representing University of Tokyo. The title of her speech is The Garbage's Whereabouts. The Garbage's Whereabouts. Now, Miss Muronaga, please come up to the stage.
Sure. Thank you, the Master of Ceremony, honorable judges, audience, and all the organizers. Good afternoon, everyone. Please imagine you go to a big shopping mall. Trendy clothes, capsule toys, and cup with funny designs. All of them look attractive. Your shopping cart will soon be full. But have you ever considered the impact of your choice? Each item you choose affects not just your life, but the world around you. Today, I invite you to reflect on the impact of purchasing decisions and explore how we can make responsible choices for a sustainable future. First, let me tell about my past. When I was young, I lived in the Philippines. The Philippines is a beautiful country that has amazing beaches, cultures, and people. I love them so much. However, behind the beauty, thousands of people are sacrificed by one thing. Guess what? Handguns? Alcohol? No, it's garbage. How does garbage kill people? Well, have you ever heard of Smoky Mountain? It was an area where undisposed garbage was piled higher and higher, and eventually a gigantic 20-meter high mountain was formed. Over 20,000 poor people lived there without adequate food or sanitation. I lived close to Smoky Mountain. When I approached there, the air was heavily polluted due to the constant fires. One day, I met a girl living in Smoky Mountain. Her living condition was heartbreaking. She lives at the bottom of the mountain and had to drink polluted water. Because of the dirty water, she often had painful stomach aches, but she didn't have enough money to buy medicine. She said, many people are injured and died on the mountain. A man lost his arms when he was caught in a garbage truck, and hundreds of precious lives were lost when the trash mountain collapsed. In the first place, why did Smoky Mountain occur? One reason is that the Philippines lacks a functional waste management system. However, there is another significant reason. That is, waste colonialism. Waste colonialism is a practice where wealthy countries export their waste to poor developing countries. Developing countries often lack the waste disposal infrastructure and become dumping grounds for garbage from richer nations. According to the Ministry of Environment, Japan exports 1.5 million tons of garbage yearly and are the second largest exporter of plastic waste in the world. And you are also the offenders. Initially, I could hardly believe this fact because I believed that Japan disposed of garbage perfectly. However, the reality was totally different. So why does Japan export so much garbage to foreign countries? There are two reasons. Firstly, mass consumption is still ongoing. Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. In our daily lives, we are constantly exposed to advertisements, urging us to buy more. Every week, fashion brands propose new designs, and consumers blindly follow to buy unnecessary clothes. In fact, in Japan, each person has 35 pieces of clothing that they never wear in a year. This mass consumption results in a large amount of waste. Secondly, there is limited space for landfills in Japan. As you know, Japan is a small country with a large population, and we don't have enough places to landfill garbage. Therefore, Japan exports garbage that we cannot process ourselves. However, the situation is now changing. In 2021, International Regulation on Plastic Waste Export was revised. Countries cannot export non-recyclable plastic waste. That means Japan must dispose of its own waste. We lost our escape route. You may think like this. Okay, but the amount of exported garbage will be reduced. It's good for developing countries. However, according to the Ministry of Environment, in just 23 years, Japan's final disposal facility will run out of space. In 23 years, we will lose the capacity to dump garbage, and cities will be occupied by it. The next victim will not be from Smoky Mountain in the Philippines, but you. You may become a victim of a second Smoky Mountain, right here in Japan. Then, what can we do? There are the famous keywords, 3R, reduce, reuse, and recycle. But today, I'd like to suggest two more words that can promote waste reduction. First R is refuse. Stop buying items that are likely to become trash and value eco-friendly products. For example, how about bringing your water bottle instead of buying plastic bottles from vending machines? One person consumes 200 plastic bottles yearly. Since returning from the Philippines, I have stopped using plastic bottles and brought my own instead. In total, I have reduced 1,200 plastic. Refusing items is a small step, but if you maintain your efforts, it can lead to a big achievement. The second R is repair. Don't immediately throw away broken items. Repair it and use it for longer. Last summer, I broke a plate. I thought of throwing it away, but it isn't eco-friendly. So I decided to repair it by kintsugi, reconnecting the fragments with gold, and something wonderful happened. I found that the plate became fashionable and was even nicer than before. Repairing not just extends the item's lifespan, but can create new value. Repairing turns garbage into treasure. Please imagine again. You go to a shopping mall. Trendy clothes, capsule toys, and cups with funny designs. All of them look attractive. Your hand tries to reach for those items, but hold on a second. Remember, in 23 years, we will lose capacity to dump garbage. If we don't act now, the city will be covered with garbage and damage our health. Acting now will prevent you from becoming both offenders and victims. So, everyone, do you remember the keywords? Reduce, reuse, recycle, plus refuse and repair. Let's keep it in mind and always consider the garbage's whereabouts. Thank you.
Now, we have a 3 minutes question and answer period. Mr. Tamura, please.
Okay, Rena-san, thank you for delivering such a powerful speech. It was thought-provoking, and you beautifully combined personal experiences with a call to action for a more sustainable future.
Thank you.
Good job. Thank you so much. You stopped using plastic bottles and started bringing your own bottle and reducing 1,200 bottles over time. What inconveniences did you face by switching to your own bottle? And also, what unexpected benefits did you discover along the way?
Okay, thank you. The overcome I face is that it's a little bit heavy to bring water bottle because if we buy plastic bottles from the vending store, from vending machines, I can buy water or whatever in emergency or like when I need. So bringing my water bottle from home is a little bit heavy, but I feel like it's not a problem for me because I can exercise it by bring it. And one thing I noticed is that, well, I actually make some drink myself. Like I made some mugicha, it's a Japanese tea name, by myself. So I started to make it by myself. And there's like tips to make some delicious mugicha. Like so yeah, so that's what so I can improve my ability to
Great.
make some delicious drink.
Good to hear. And you highlighted the importance of repairing items instead of throwing them away. However, I think repairing often requires time, skill, resources, or even extra money sometimes. So, how do you propose making this approach more practical and appealing for particularly busy people or people financially constrained?
Thank you. Well, I think repairing is more economic than buying new ones because, for example, clothes case, if we buy extra clothes, it costs around 3,000 or 4,000 yen. So that's why repairing is what you have to do is buying some needles and like strain and then sew it. So I think it's more economic in the first place. And it of course it requires some techniques, of course, and I'm struggling with that. But I think it's if you try to do that for many times, the ability can be improved. So in my case, I have a time that my clothes was broken, and it's a earlier time I couldn't fix it very well, but but the time as the time went, and then try to repair it clothes by myself, my ability go well. So I think practicing it is a vital and important key to
Great.
good.
Yeah, that's all my question. Thank you, Reda-san. Good
Thank
job.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tamura and Ms. Naga. Now it is judging time. I'm sorry, judges, but we must move on the next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the fourth speaker of this contest. The first speaker is Ms. Aoi Hiramatsu, representing Tsuda University. The title of her speech is Who is the main character of your life? Who is the main character of your life? Now, Ms. Hiramatsu, please come up to the stage.
Sure. Thank you, the Master of Ceremonies, honorable judges, audience, and all the organizers. Hello, everyone. Let's keep going to a brighter future. This was one of the phrases in my very first speech I wrote as a freshman. By delivering this speech, I tried to be a hero for those who suffered from their biggest failure. In addition, I had always believed that if I kept going, a brighter future would await me. However, along the way, I hit a big wall, something I call an inferiority complex. My journey in speech was not always easy. I often felt inferior to my fellow ESS members. Lots of them had successfully passed so many open speech contests, but I hadn't. By comparing myself to them, I felt like I had nothing. I felt worthless, like I had lost my own way. At that time, I was the extra, not the main character, although it was my own life. First of all, what exactly is an inferiority complex? In the speech, I define it as a state that causes pain when comparing yourself to others in the same field. Today, I would like to share the tips to overcome this feeling. The goal of this speech is to create a positive cycle in our daily lives by changing our mindset into a positive way and then improve our performance. So, I hope this speech will be a guide for everyone to keep going on a long journey of their own life. Last summer, I was tormented by these negative thoughts. No matter how hard I try, I'll never pass the open speech contest like my talented peers. I'm way too far from them. I thought that way countless times, sinking deeper into despair. A voice inside me also whispered, "You are not enough. Your efforts aren't enough. You are a failure as a speaker." My eyes were filled with tears and I couldn't do anything. I even avoided trying out for some contest because I thought I wasn't good enough to be on the same stage. It felt like being stuck at the bottom of the valley, always looking up at how high others had climbed. Eventually, I began to think about leaving this wonderful speech community. Then, why do we tend to compare ourselves to others? The reason is that we define our values based on the results or achievements, which are generally validated by a third party. If we compare ourselves with others based on the results and then feel inferior, this means that we're living in others' points of view. And the core of this issue is the lack of our self-esteem. Because of this, we tend to focus more on others' achievements than our own. It is true that the results or achievements can be a guideline when we distinguish people by their capability or potential. However, this led me to have fixed thoughts when valuing myself, and I used to live in others' points of view, not in a first-person sight. During my depression, I visited my parents' home and took some time to rest. One day, while in the bathroom, I found a book that helped me to climb up from the bottom of the valley. It was a book by Tempo Nakamura, a philosopher. In this book, I learned about the concept of positive spirit. In Japanese, sekkyoku seishin. This idea emphasizes living with positive emotions such as happiness or enjoyment. And how we achieve this state depends on how we approach ourselves. After reading this book, I had a strong feeling that I must take some actions to change from within. As a result, this became the turning point for me to break free from the vicious cycle caused by inferiority. Through trial and error, I reached a simple habit that anyone can start from today before going to bed. I call it the FPS method, which stands for F, find, P, praise, and S, sleep. This method helps us improve our self-esteem and take better care of ourselves. Now, let's go over them step by step. First, find. At the end of each day, reflect the day and find something you did or achieved. What you did could be anything like getting up early or finishing all the tasks you planned. It doesn't have to be a big accomplishment. Small successes or happy moments count too. Next, praise. Praise yourself for what you have found. Just say great or well done to yourself. Doing this triggers a positive response in your brain, releasing dopamine and serotonin, which are hormones that make us feel happy and keep our minds healthy. And finally, sleep. Go to sleep with a positive state you've created through the find and praise steps. Martin Seligman, an American psychologist, found in his research that going to bed in a positive state can reduce depression and increase happiness. He also showed that this effect can last for 6 months after doing the method for just a week. The beauty of the FPS method is in its simplicity. It doesn't require any major life changes. But over time, it shifts your focus from negative thoughts and comparison to positive reflections on your own achievements. I even asked about 20 people around me to try this method, and nearly all of them reported the improvement in their ability to focus on the good things in their daily life. For me, this FBS method has been life-changing, and I can now live my own life in FBS, which also means first person sight. This method helped me make a habit of finding the good things in my daily life. Gradually, my self-esteem grew and I became more confident in myself. With this confidence, I stopped comparing myself to others and realized that I am the main character of my life. After my change in my mindset, my performance went well, and now I am able to stand here again and deliver this speech. Remember, find, praise, and sleep. This is the method to live your own life in first person sight. No matter how tough reality gets or how lost you feel, you are still the main character of your life. The only person who can change your story is yourself. So why don't we move forward with this FBS method? Let's make our own story brighter and keep going on a long journey of our own life. Thank you.
Now, we have a 3 minutes question and answer period. Mr. Tamura, please.
Okay, Aoi-san, thank you so much for sharing such a heartfelt and inspiring journey that highlighted the power of self-transformation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you provided the practical steps for everyone to build self-esteem and to live their life as the main character, not a sub-character. And you mentioned that comparing yourself to others leads to low self-esteem. However, how would you know your strengths or weaknesses without comparing your position with others in the competitive environment?
Do you mean that in the situation that I cannot compare with others, do I can like strengthen my ability?
Yes, that's what I meant.
Okay. For me, the rival is kind of like myself and not the others, not the others. So when I can in a situation that cannot compare with others, I think I can be more I could improve myself more more and more. So yeah, so the idea for me is the most the rival is me, not the others. So yeah, that is how I would improve myself. So yeah,
Great.
that's my answer.
I understand that your own enemy is yourself. It's within yourself.
Yes.
All right, thank you. So, would it be possible for you to grow without knowing how well other people are doing?
Yeah, it is true that to compare with others with more like more high spec people. I I strongly agree with that, but in such a situation when I believe the most important thing is the process of the of how you develop your ability. So and even though there are many wonderful people around me, I would see the process, how I make efforts in that, how I make the efforts, and I would strongly believe in myself of the power of the like process. And yeah, the fact that you've made efforts won't change in your like whole entire life. So I would rather focus on the process of myself if making efforts. So in that kind of way, I would yeah, improve my own ability. So yeah, that is my answer.
Great, Aoi-san. Thank you. That's all the question I have.
Thank
Good
you.
job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tamura and Miss Hiramatsu. Now it is judging time. I'm sorry, judges, but we must move on to the next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the fifth speaker of this contest. The fifth speaker is Miss Aiki Shirakawa, representing Waseda University. The title of her speech is Subject of Review. Subject of Review. Now, Miss Shirakawa, please come up to the stage.
Sure. Thank you, Master of Ceremony, Timekeeper, and honorable judges. Good afternoon, everyone. When we want to buy something or find a good restaurant or a place to stay, we often check reviews to avoid problems. Whenever we are unsure, we rely on someone else's review to make the right choice. How would you feel if you were told that the subject of a review was you, not a product or a place? You might think, no way. But let me assure you, you're already part of a global competition as the subject of review, even if you haven't realized it yet. What is this competition and what exactly are we being reviewed for? Let me tell you about my part-time job first. We'll hire anyone you introduce. The store manager told me during my job interview. Anyone? Really? True to his word, he actually hired 5 of my foreign friends from China, Vietnam, and Ukraine, even though they didn't speak Japanese. That's when I realized the fast food restaurant I work at was facing a serious labor shortage. And this became more apparent when two full-time workers from Myanmar joined us as what we call tokteigino in Japanese. How much do you know about tokteigino and ginojishusei? These terms can be confusing, so today I'll refer to them simply as the foreign workers. In an Asian Japan, where 1 in 3 workers could be 65 or older by 2030, young workers from Asian countries are essential for filling understaffed positions. However, one day I was shocked to know some younger people think most of us are opposed to coexisting with foreign workers and their immigration. The phrase, most of us, especially bothered me. Is this true? Do you also agree with this view? If you do, I urge you to think again. To begin with, the foreign workers are not immigrants. Even if they want to, current law only allows them to work in Japan temporarily. Secondly, most of the negative views on coexisting with them often focus on their bad manners and crime, but these are not representative of them. According to the Metropolitan Police Department, while the foreign population has grown over 20 years, arrests involving foreigners have remained stable or decreased. The Ministry of Justice also reports that crimes by foreigners have dropped to less than 1/6 of their 2005 peak, with only 5% of crimes committed by foreigners out of 180,000 arrests in Japan. The foreign workers are often seen as cheap labor, leading to issues like theft, disappearances, and illegal residency. I fear that the underlying idea, they're easily replaceable, harms Japan's future. We need to understand their perspective instead. Was Japan their only option? Not at all. They could also work in other developed countries where they are equally needed. English-speaking countries are sometimes more attractive. Actually, in Singapore, 10% of the population consists of the foreign workers. What about non-English speaking countries? For instance, South Korea, where recent economic growth has become more favorable, faces a more severe labor shortage than Japan. Also, Korean is easier to learn than Japanese since it doesn't use kanji. In an interview, a Vietnamese worker in South Korea said, "I'm glad I chose South Korea. I want my sister who works in Japan to move here for better treatment." Additionally, another Vietnamese worker in Japan said, "The amount of money I send home has decreased by 20% due to the weak yen. We may no longer be able to choose Japan." On hearing all that, perhaps the replaceable ones are not them, but us. Then I wondered, did the Myanmar workers at my restaurant not think the same way as the Vietnamese? I found out that the weak yen does not affect them as Myanmar's currency has depreciated since the military coup. To gain further insight, I surveyed 60 Myanmar workers currently in Japan or planning to work here. From the responses, I discovered 3 important things. Firstly, they consider reviews from their seniors as equally important as working conditions. Secondly, they are the reviewers, and we are the subjects of review to make the right choice. Thirdly, these reviews are constantly updated, and sometimes there's a gap between the old and the new. These suggest that current workers' reviews will influence future workers' choices. Whether the reviews turn positive or not is up to our actions. Everyone has a role. As a passenger on a platform, customer in a cafe, or simply a passerby. Remember, we must have as many positive reviews as possible to be chosen. Additionally, they sometimes feel nervous when reality isn't as good as the reviews. So they're waiting for us to take the first step. Returning to my part-time job, the Myanmar workers there are hardworking and well-mannered and have become valuable assets. Despite staff from 7 different countries, including my foreign friends, there are rarely any issues operating. I believe this is because we share a mutual tolerance for differences and, most importantly, gratitude for each other's existence. In this peaceful and welcoming atmosphere, a small yet certain community of diversity is forming, a microcosm of what Japan should look like in the future. As the labor force continues to decline in developed countries, competition for the foreign workers will intensify. For a sustainable future, why don't we all engage with them with the mindset of thank you for choosing Japan and aim to achieve that 5-star review. Thank you.
Now, we have a 3 minutes question and answer period. Mr. Tamura, please.
All right, Aiki-san, thank you so much for shedding light on the importance of diversity and inclusiveness. Thank you so much. Yeah, I also hope that we'll shape a more inclusive and sustainable future for Japan. Japan is a homogeneous country, and it is not accustomed to accepting diverse cultures. What kind of change do you think Japan needs to achieve to evolve into a society that embraces multiculturalism?
Thank you for this question. First of all, I believe everyone has to at least interact with foreign students or foreigners in general so that they have the perspective of coexisting with foreigners in general. One thing I noticed about Japanese society is that a lot of people have a sort of resistance for interacting or coexisting with foreigners because they have never interacted with them. 40% of Japanese in general have never even talked to or have a relationship with foreigners. So I believe the first step we should take in order to have a diverse society is to start interacting with them, even if you don't have the place to. Let's say you go into a shop and the shopkeeper or the worker there is a foreigner. Interact with them like how you would want to be interacted with if you go abroad. That's my example. Thank you.
Great. So what do you think are the biggest challenges Japan faces in accepting more foreign workers, and how can these challenges be addressed effectively?
Thank you for this question. One of the biggest challenges for Japanese people is the language barrier. We often don't know how to communicate with them. But I believe the first step into resolving this issue is even if you don't understand the language or even if they don't understand Japanese, we should try to like talk with them in a way that they can understand. So if they're learning Japanese, you would try to talk to them in an easier way. If they don't understand, you have to interact with them like how you would talk to if you're talking to a small child. In this way, I believe we can overcome these challenges.
Great answer, Aiki-san. Thank you so much. That's all the question I have. Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Tamura and Ms. Shirakawa. Now it is judging time. I'm sorry, judges, but we must move on to the next step. The first, sorry. Yeah. The first session of the prepared speeches have finished. Now, distinguished judges will leave this room. Please give them a big round of applause. Now, we will have a short intermission until 3:53. Please be seated by 3:48. 3:48. Thank you. これより15時53分まで休憩といたします。5分前の15時48分にはご着席いただきますようお願い申し上げます。 5分後にセカンドセッションが始まります。ご着席になってお待ちください。 May I have your attention, please? Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start a second session of the prepared speeches. The distinguished judges will enter this room. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. Thank you for your patience. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the sixth speaker of this contest. The sixth speaker is Miss Yuzuki Yanashima, representing University of Tokyo. The title of her speech is Change Your Criteria. Change Your Criteria. Now, Miss Yanashima, please come up to the stage.
Sure. Thank you, the Master of Ceremony, distinguished judges, and all the audience. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, let's write letters to our parents. Now, I'm going to hand out 2 pieces of paper to each of you. The cheerful voice of the teacher filled the air. The students began happily discussing what they would write to their parents. One girl, however, tucked one of the papers into her desk and let out a small sigh. Hey, what about you? Your parents both work? A student in front of her looked back at her happily. She immediately pasted a smile on her face and answered, No, only my dad works. The student happily replied, My man doesn't work either. You must have already realized it. Yes, this girl is me. My mother passed away from illness when I was 7 years old. But I didn't have the courage to come out about it when I said this in junior high school. I was afraid of ruining the fun atmosphere, and the thought of everyone becoming overly concerned about me dominated my mind. After I entered my university, I found that many people from single-parent families had experiences like mine. So today, I offer you an opportunity to consider the unseen side of a person. I want to create a world where no people feel forced to stay in their shells. According to a 2021 survey by the Japanese Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare, 1,344,000 households are single-parent families. Even though there are so many single-parent families, our society often assumes that both parents are present. Let me consider this more generally. Every person's life is comprised of certain attributes. By attributes, I mean things like family structure, gender, origin, sexual orientation, and so on. People with majority attributes, such as having 2 present parents or being heterosexual, often tend not to realize the fact that minorities do not share the same traits. This causes the minority to feel neglected and alienated. To solve this problem, I would like to say the following words to the majority. Change your criteria. It's important to realize that not everyone else has the traits you have. To make this happen, it's useful to read books and newspapers to gain knowledge and talk with people who are raised in different situations. Then you can act with consideration. You can be careful about what you say, especially when talking about other people's attributes. For example, I once asked a friend, "Hey, you have been in love with someone. Tell me about it." Later, I regretted it when I learned that she was an aromantic who didn't have romantic feelings for others. After that, I read LGBTQ plus books to gain knowledge, and I tried to be careful about every word I said. But wait, some people may think it's hard to change the majority, and we have to wait until they change? That's right. So what should we do? Now, let me rephrase what I said earlier. Change our criteria. This is a statement for us, the minority. Why do we feel hurt when people talk about our minority attributes? It's because we feel that these attributes are a negative thing. When the children of single-parent families are asked about their family situation, or when gender minorities are quizzed about their love lives, they might feel negative because it's different from the majority. However, we can't take this defeatist attitude towards the parts of our lives that make us special. Take, for example, Koshiya Kakiuchi, the president of Mirairo Corporation and a wheelchair user. Mirairo Corporation is a leading consulting and construction company focused on accessible infrastructure. His disability became a source of both inspiration and knowledge for him to devise a universal manners test, a certification exam that acknowledged the holders' awareness of accessibility in public spaces. Through his creation of this test, he has turned his disability into an asset. I, too, have been negatively affected by the loss of my mother and have lived my life for hiding it for a long time. But one day, when a friend of mine who had lost her father consulted me in tears, I was able to relate to her feelings and cheer her up based on my own experience. In that moment, I learned that my weakness could be a strength, and I could use that to help people doing through hard times, hopefully making their lives better. Now, as a message to any of you who may think you have such a weakness, change your criteria. Turn your disadvantages into advantages. If you do that, you will no longer envy the majority. I now give advice to friends who also grew up in single-parent families, something that I find truly fulfilling. The trait of yours is a nice piece of what makes you who you are. So, to the majority, change your criteria. Your norm is not everyone's norm. To the minority, change our criteria. What you consider to be your weakness can be a strength. They will change that way you see life and the world. Now, let me quote Mr. Kakiuchi's words. You cannot change the length of your life, but you can change the width of your life. So, everyone, change your and our criteria and let's live a wide life. Thank you.
Now, we have a 3 minutes question and answer period. Mr. Tamura, please.
All right, Yuzuki-san, thank you so much for delivering such a thought-provoking speech. I think that challenges societal norms and inspires both majorities and minorities to embrace diversity. That was a inspiring speech. Thank you. So
Thank
you
you.
quoted, you mentioned that it is important for the majorities to change criteria to embrace diversity. Now, however, I think Japan has been a homogeneous society and therefore promoting inclusivity seems to be extremely challenging. How can we foster inclusivity in Japan?
Thank you for your question. Yes, you're right. And Japan is a country of like the country made from one opinion or like not diversity country. So we can use social media and we can collect a lot of information from the world and we can improve our mindset to be diverse and after that we can act with consideration and be careful about what what we say to others. Yes.
Okay, great. So let's look at the minority side. So reflecting on your journey, what advice would you give to someone in the minority who feels isolated and hesitant to share their story?
Thank you for your question. From my own experience, I told in my speech, one of my friends who had lost her father consulted me, and like this example, we can consult to our close friends or family or our teachers of schools, and yeah, we can uh, we can I want to say the minorities to that there are a lot of people that who who can hear your stories or your your like suffering hurt or something, and I would like to say the minority to please open your heart and please consult me. And yeah, I want to hear your stories a lot and as well as much as possible. So so I want to say like like please consult to the people around you. Yeah.
Great. Good job. Good answer. Thank you, Yuzuki-san. That's all the question I have. Take good care of
Thank you.
yourself.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tamura and Ms. Yanashima. Now it is judging time. Thank you for your patience. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the seventh speaker of this contest. The seventh speaker is Miss Misuzu Kibayashi, representing Doshisha University. The title of her speech is Checking for Safety. Checking for Safety. Now, Miss Kobayashi, please come up to the stage.
Sure. Thank you, the Master of Ceremony, distinguished judges, and our audiences. Good afternoon, everyone. I lost one hand suddenly. My friend said he never thought this would happen. One morning, he was about to be late for junior high school, so he quickly crossed the crosswalk. At the moment, it was a huge crash. Yes, he hit by a truck turning left. This accident made it impossible for him to play basketball. He grieved he had neglected to check for safety for a moment. Seeing him crying and regretting, I began to think about how to prevent traffic accidents. Today, I'm standing here to talk about the safety checks that workers can do. In my speech, I'll focus on how can workers prevent accidents against cars at signaled crosswalks. Cars were driven by humans. Therefore, there is no such thing as definitely safe. It's too late for an accident to happen. That's why you, the passenger, should be careful. Through my speech, let's check for safety and prevent accidents. Moreover, I hope you can protect your future by checking for safety. Unfortunately, traffic accidents still happen. According to the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism, there are about 700 traffic accidents involving workers crossing crosswalks nationwide per year. And it is important to know that this is the number of accidents that were actually accounted for. It is said that the number easily counts more than 10 times more when near misses were almost resulted in an accident are included. Danger exists close at hand. Did you think that I will be fine because I have never been in an accident? Now, let me show you one case. On April 19, 2019, traffic accident happened in Tokyo's Ikebukuro district. Yes, this is Ikebukuro car crash. One mistake by one driver. Miss Matsunaga and her 3-year-old daughter were killed, and 9 people were seriously injured. The victims were following the laws at the time. However, they have been involved in traffic accidents. If they had checked safety correctly at the time, they might have prevented the death and the injury of the victims. So why won't traffic accident go away? What is human cause? That's because workers are not able to check for safety correctly. Are you under the impression that even if you do a quick safety check and see there is a car in your field of vision, the car will stop anyway because the passengers have priority? The easy habit could kill you. So, therefore, you can cross-work safely by recognizing the maybe situations and checking for safety. Then, why you should check? My suggestion is checking 2 things: your surroundings and the driver's eyes. By checking 2 things, you can cross-work safely. The first check is your surroundings. Your surroundings means front, back, left and right, center and aisle. Checking for safety of your surroundings is to predict danger. Please imagine, if there is no information about your surroundings, you can't even think that it's dangerous, right? Concretely, what you should check is are cars or bicycles coming, and then are they reducing speed or stopping? Imagine a situation where the car maybe are not able to stop. The second check is the driver's eyes. If cars are coming, let's check the driver's eyes. There are two benefits to do it. The first benefit is that you can tell the driver you want to cross. If you're just standing there looking at your smartphone, the driver will wonder if you really intend to cross crosswalks. Then, crosswalks. So please make existence known to the driver by looking at them. The second benefit is that you can check whether drivers recognizes you. A driver who doesn't make eye contact with you is likely not to recognize you and will not stop. In fact, I could have prevented a traffic accident by checking two things. One day, I checked my surroundings before crossing crosswalks and found a car turning red toward me. Then I looked into the eyes of drivers and saw he was talking to the person next to him. He was completely unaware of me. Eventually, he turned left without slowing down. What if I had just kept walking at the moment? This experience made me sure it was absolutely vital. The suggestion to the good safety check is based on what my teacher told me when I was taking driving school lessons. When you are driving, nothing is absolutely safe. Always drive as if something might happen. This is not true not only for drivers, but also for walkers. Proactive rather than passive action to prevent traffic accidents is the key to achieve a true reduction in traffic accidents. The bereaved family of Ikebukuro car crash left this comment. The most important thing is to avoid making the next same mistakes and the next victims. Traffic accidents are a potential problem that could happen around us. However, everyone thinks that such an accident will never happen. But you were not. After listening to my speech, you know the fear of traffic accident and the importance of checking for safety. Just checking two things, your surroundings and the driver's eyes, can protect tomorrow. Thank you for listening.
Now, we have a 3 minutes question and answer period. Mr. Tamura, please.
All right, Misuzu-san, thank you so much for delivering such a clear and impactful speech that emphasizes the importance of proactive safety measures to prevent traffic accidents. Good job. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So you mentioned that there are about 700 traffic accidents involving pedestrians crossing crosswalks nationwide per year. What percentage of these accidents are caused by the pedestrian's responsibility?
So you means that you want to know the causes of
Yes.
that.
That's
So
right.
yes. the data is based on the Ministry of the Welfare. The information is the data is based on the number of accidents against between the cars and the workers. So yes, the data was included these relationships, cars and workers. So I didn't know that the like concrete causes, like for example, the lack of checking for safety or the driver a mistake like brake 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 mistake to brake while driving. So but yeah, there are a lot of causes in in the data. So yes, that's all my answer.
Okay, Misuzu-san, thank you. It's great. So can you tell us about the trend of the 700 accidents you mentioned? Is the number increasing year by year or has it been decreasing?
Yes, actually the number are decreasing, but decreasing, but yeah, the accident still happen now. So yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So about your speech, I think there are various causes of traffic accidents involving pedestrians, such as pedestrians not paying enough attention, drivers being negligent, cyclists not following the rules, or even problems with infrastructure and systems. And despite all that, why did you choose to focus only on pedestrian negligence for your speech today?
Well, thank you for your question. This is the one reason, just one reason. That reason is that you can do now as pedestrians. For example, the drivers to become a driver, you have a license, or the cycles, you have to buy it. As pedestrians, you were you were just yes, you will now. If you would just go out to your home, you are pedestrians. So I'm focused on the pedestrians to the safety checks that pedestrians can do. Yes, that's all.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Suzanne. That's all. Good job.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Tamura and Ms. Kibayashi. Now it is judging time. Thank you for your patience. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the eighth speaker of this contest. The eighth speaker is Mr. Ryunosuke Haba, representing Hosei University. The title of his speech is Moonlight. Moonlight. Now, Mr. Haba, please come up to the stage.
Sure. Thank you, the Master of Ceremonies and distinguished judges, all the organizers, all the audience. Good afternoon, everyone. Doctor, pilot, voyager, can understand what I have in common. These occupations are not allowed for me because of my right ear. Actually, I was born deaf in one ear. In the world, only half of some rules exist as my obstacles. In such a situation, there were times when I had to give up my designed career. In front of me, the path I thought bright way won't open. Haven't you ever experienced feeling as fall into the darkness, spending the worst time in your life? I think you've experienced or will experience some things. You don't have to be embarrassed with it. It naturally happens to everyone. I've also spent the worst time in my life at once. However, I'm here, full of hopefulness. I'm standing here to tell you how we can radiate hopeful eyes. Everyone doesn't hope you get stuck in the darkness. So today, I would like you all to gain the power to motivate yourself again for when you're down and out. Let me share one of my stories. It can't be helped. I can just reshape your right ear, but you won't be able to hear anything. This was the advice by a professor renowned for his surgery. This diagnosis itself didn't help me as well, but after I was done by my mother. She was crying and apologizing to me for my little difficulty. We're all grabbing her small hands. She was shaking a little bit. Why are you crying? Please stop, don't be sorry. It's not fault. Ironically, I could hear clearly. Something was crumbling in my heart. The extraordinary view sticking my eyes pushed me to the bottom of my heart. Of my life. I was lost in the darkness. I had no motivation, no appetite, no aspiration. This situation was exactly the symptom of situational depression. It leads to anxiety and happiness within impulsive behavior. If left untreated, there's a possibility that people are more at risk, both physically and psychologically, like anorexia, suicide, other mental disorder. Unfortunately, according to the research by Joe in 2020, estimates suggest around 20% of individuals may experience situational depression at some point in their lives. This type of depression is caused by experiences of a traumatic event, unexpected things, including death of loved one, significant illness, and so on. We can't avoid situational depression because this event definitely happened to each of us, and it's unpredictable. I thought I had to do something, but I couldn't. However, in such of some days, I experienced something that scooped me from the bottom. While walking the street, a melody came into my head. The melody was Moonlight Sonata. I've overheard many times from my mother playlist. Oddly enough, the piece of music was written by Beethoven first deaf. When I heard it, I could sense the music on the whole body, like Beethoven played with no sound. After listening a lot, somehow I got a sense of nostalgia. At the same time, the repression sound resonated throughout my body, which brought a great deal of motivation. By the experience, I finally found a hopeful new path opened in front of me. So why could I motivate myself again? Actually, there's a key to treatment of situation depression here. By American Psychological Association on this treatment, which have some important points. They're mindfulness and therapy. The symptom is treated with these 2 points. Mindfulness is a type of meditation in which we focus on how they feel on the inside instead of stress or troublesome. By practicing this, you can help reduce the stress and relative feeling. In my opinion, music might be the best way to do mindfulness because music activities are always helpful for growing the ability of emotional regulation by stimulating brain region. About therapy, distress and depression can be treated with mental health counseling psychotherapy. On this point again, music can work well as a good mental counselor called music therapy by the New Academy of Sciences. Under there, to distinguish the medical care from common listening, we have some significant steps. The first one is to focus on listening. The second one is to write your impression about the music. And the last one is to share the experience with others, like parents, friends, or on social media apps. This cycle can make connected answer road gradually but steadily. Moreover, music still has a potential many people don't recognize. This is the extensiveness. Listening, praying, creating, cooperate with someone, even to the social activities. On this characteristic, we can find and set variety of goals and enhance self-esteem by the achievements. To the music, with these critical elements, you can get a treatment and brave to step forward. It's not just music, but also the key to another bright hope. Finally, what would be a good first step to get in touch with music? I most recommend you to listen to familiar music from childhood, because feeling of nostalgia has the effect to reduce our stress and help change your mood. It means familiar sounds makes the power of music much stronger. The core song, summer school, your favorite songs, every music can be a choice. Music is a magical thing. Through just listening to the sound, I could change my mindset about my ear. I dived into the sea of sound and there touched the essence of who I am. Without anxiety, depression, I made my own way comfortably. By that period, I even realized how useful my right ear was for broken up that mouth. I want to tell you something last week. Please remember, there's always hope. Wherever you're, even the darkness, the flashlight will all the time bring us the hope like the moon. And then the music definitely help you find us. When you have a hard time, the exciting sound 100% be a good friend to you, just as Beethoven did for me. Moonlight Sonata will be your bright light leading to your hope. Thank you for listening.
Now, we have a 3 minutes question and answer period. Mr. Tamura, please.
All right, Ryunosuke-san, thank you so much for your speech. You shared such a heartfelt and inspiring story that I think beautifully highlighted the power of music and mindfulness in overcoming life's challenges. Thank you so much. You mentioned how the music Moonlight Sonata helped you rediscover hope. How did it make you feel? I mean, I know it might be difficult to put into words, but could you share your thoughts about the process of rediscovery of hope through the music?
Okay, thank you for the question. So when I listen that song, that music, I thought that like I feel more chill, more yeah. I can I could I could think that that story as a like sorry. So when I listen to it, I could very chill and yeah. I felt easily more relaxed. So while relaxing, I can control my mind and yeah, something like that.
Yeah, thank you. That must be an extremely difficult question to put into words. So thanks for sharing your thoughts. So the second one is also another difficult one. I think you linked mindfulness with music as a way to connect with hope and help us move forward. But what about people who do not appreciate music? What advice would you give to someone who doesn't enjoy music? Are there any other ways to have the same effect other than listening music to find the power of healing?
Okay, thank you for question. On about this question, for example, the person who are not good at sound or music, I wanna suggest that person to listen to the sound related that person's interest or hobby. For example, the person who likes game, for example, the soundtrack gaming or the like history, I would say the more classic music is easy to understand. Yeah, something like that. I would say the related to hobbies sound.
Great. Ryunosuke-san, thank you so much. That's all the question I have.
Thank
Good
you.
job. Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Tamura and Mr. Haba. Now it is judging time. Thank you for your patience. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the ninth speaker of this contest. The ninth speaker is Ms. Haruka Kakoi, representing Tsuda University. The title of her speech is One for All, All for One. Sorry. One for All, All for One. Now, Ms. Kakoi, please come up to the stage.
Sure. Thank you, the master of the ceremony, distinguished judges, audio organizers, and audience. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. July 17th, 2023. My life was dramatically changed, and I fell into deep despair by one question. Do you have a boyfriend? No. Any relationships? What? What did he say to me? My boss asked me about my romantic experiences over and over. At my new workplace, I was asked the same questions. Sexual harassment. I thought it was none of my business, but it happened twice in a year. My dramatic experiences made me realize how harassment is close to us and how I was unconscious of it. Today, I'm going to talk about sexual harassment, especially how to prevent being attacked. My goal is for everyone to work safely without fearing harassment. This speech is for every current and future worker. You might say, well, I won't attack someone. I know it's not allowed, or is that a story of the Showa era? In Japan, sexual harassment began an issue in 1989. Well, 35 years has passed. Is that an old tale? Here's data. The Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare researched 8,000 workers and found that 1 out of 10 experienced sexual harassment. 10% seems to be a small number. However, the true problem is the hidden victims who cannot speak up behind the numbers. In this research, the most appropriate answer to what did you do after being the victim was did nothing, because they are afraid of being a level of the victim of harassment. It might be troublesome or even don't know what to do. The actual number is larger than 10%, and they're still suffering alone. Actually, I was almost becoming the hidden victim. I need help. Please, anyone listen to me. But I couldn't speak up because it needed courage. It was shameful to say I was harassed, even to my parents. I was in a no way out situation. Thanks to my kind of friend who listened to me, I could recover and stand here today. However, what if no one listened to me, or they looked at me saying, it's also your fault? Or what if I tried to forget by ending my life? The pain the victim experience is not only harassment itself, the primary damage, but the secondary damage of being ignored by others. Sexual harassment. Now, you can see it's not only trouble, but can be a knife that kills the victim's heart. So, why is there harassment that we cannot prevent? The answer is simple. We are too ignorant of it. Now, most of you know that harassment cannot be allowed. But at the same time, how many of you know its definition of solution and what kind of words can be harassment? According to the management base, half of 10,000 workers answered that didn't realize their aggression before being pointed out. This means most of harassment was done unconsciously. The same is true for the secondary damage. One worker has suffered from sexual acts by a coworker. But what was said was being said. He acts like that when he's drunk, so don't worry about it. Compared to the primary damage, it might have been encouragement, and as I think of my behavior, I may say such words to my coworker. You can be the attacker of both damages without noticing. Our ignorance can create hidden victims, and you might attack someone before you notice. Isn't that cycle horrible? Everyone, now it's time to rethink our thoughts and prevent being attacker of both damages. I can hear you saying, I know it's important, but can we do anything? Yes, the government had decided some rules, but it's not enough, which means one worker and all the workplace must take actions. So, what can be done? The keywords are one for all and all for one. First, one for all, which one worker can do is to realize your aggression. Harassment cannot be eliminated as far as we live. It depends on how receivers feel, making communication difficult, especially for the older generation. However, realize your microaggression and avoid sensitive topics like romance or using inclusive words like partner instead of boy or girlfriends can be the first step. Second, all for one, which all the workplace can do, is to educate the workers. I had no idea what to do when I became the victim, which took a long time to solve the issue. Proper knowledge is helpful not only when you become the victim, but prevents you from being the attacker of both damages. If everyone was aware of harassment, there would never be this attacker of both damages, and victims would be saved. After I left my workplace, I was scared to work again. However, at my new workplace, my boss listened carefully about my traumatic experience. He detected that I had been stressed by harassing words by a coworker. He told me, "It's not your fault." At that moment, I felt I was not alone, and this was a safer workplace. Sexual harassment. Now, it's not any of your business or ordeal, but it's happening right now. Still, I remember that traumatic day. We cannot eliminate harassment, but we can prevent it. One person, one rule can ultimate the workplace. One worker and all the workplace take the hand together to create a safer, better workplace. Please remember, one for all and all for one. Thank you.
Now, we have a 3 minutes question and answer period. Mr. Tamura, please.
All right, Haruka-san, thank you so much for sharing such a powerful speech. I think you raised awareness about harassment and also inspired us to take action to create safer workplaces. Thank you so much. You did a great job. And your story highlights the pain of being both a victim and a potential hidden victim.
Yeah.
And looking back, what was the key element that eventually gave you the courage to speak up?
So after I realized that it was harassment, I thought that I should leave this workplace because it is toxic for me. So, but I couldn't, but I didn't have the courage to speak to my boss, or I couldn't find a helpline. So I decided to talk to my reliable friends to leave the workplace.
So what's the principle? I mean, how can others find their own courage to do the same in similar situations?
Okay, so maybe most of hidden victims cannot speak up because, as I said in the speech, they're afraid of being said like the harmful words. But I want to say that there should be the place that's listen to your story. So if a company or your friend or boss is not reliable, you can find a counselor outside of it. Actually, I talked to the Loki instead of talking in the company. So I want everyone to have the courage to speak up. Only it's not is that it doesn't have to be the boss, but reliable person.
Okay, great. So your closing phrase, one for all for one, is very powerful and inspiring.
Yeah.
If you are the leader of your office, what would you implement to embody this philosophy?
Okay, so maybe my boss of the new workplace can be the good example because he often speaks to the employees and listen. Is there anything trouble or yeah? So and also spreading the mindset, spreading the concept that harassment cannot be allowed and creating safer, better workplace for all is important for all the workers. So I would listen to the workers carefully, and I want to say everyone that let's create a safer, better workplace for all.
Okay, great. Haruka-san, thank you so much. That's all.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you, Mr. Tamura and Ms. Kakoi. Now it is suggestion time. Thank you for your patience. And ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the last speaker of this contest. Our last speaker is Mr. Leo Kimura, representing Keio University. The title of his speech is The Devastating Evaluation. The Devastating Evaluation. Now, Mr. Kimura, please come up to the stage.
Sure. My gratitude, Master of Ceremony, honorable judges, and every one of you involved today. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Leo Kimura. Now, before I start my speech today, I'd like to ask you all some questions. Where do you think is the world's most discriminatory country? Which nationals do you think tend to discriminate against others the most? Which country do you happen to imagine? Kind of a hard question, isn't it? I'll come back to this question again later, but as for now, I'd like you all, my fellow audience, to just think, just ponder about it for a little bit. Today, I'd like to talk about the inactive discrimination that the members of the Japanese society tend to conduct. And after this speech, I hope that we can take a step towards the vanishment of such discrimination. I hope that Japan will turn into a society that is respected for its diversity by the rest of the world. Now, first things first, let me address the main cause, the main issue that is occurring even right at this very moment. Now, that is the devastating evaluation of the Japanese nation by the global community. There's no such evaluation. Everyone loves Japan, Leo. What do you mean? You might think. I totally understand this misunderstanding, because it's very hard to even notice it if you're living inside society that is concerned. But I'm afraid to tell you this is as true as I can get. I actually lived my high school life in the United States of America. And in one of the lessons I took, the teacher asked the students, the exact same question I asked at the very beginning of my speech today. Where do you think is the world's most discriminatory country? Have you thought of an answer yet? Yes, I'm afraid the answer is Japan. I mean, Japan? It's hard to imagine that Japan has such a negative reputation from other countries. And I think it's a pity. I mean, don't you? I mean, with all the positive reputation that Japan holds, the hospitality, the food, the subculture, and everything, just one single flaw is ruining it all. Now, this negative perception, this negative reputation harms Japan internationally. Japanese nationals can suffer huge, great disadvantages in such climate. For example, during the COVID-19 pandemic, I experienced something called Asian hate. Just because I am Asian, just because I look Asian, I was ignored, I was avoided, I was treated a burden. And this was due to the declining reputation of Asian countries, starting with China. I'm not saying it is, but it's usually known to be responsible for the pandemic. And because it declined viciously, everyone started to think negatively. There you go. That's clear proof that the reputation of the nation itself can directly affect its people. And thus, Japan having a negative reputation is a severe problem. So what's the root of this problem? The root of this problem is inactive discrimination within the Japanese nation. Inactive discrimination. What does that mean? Well, inactive discrimination is actually a phrase that I coined. It's a phrase that I came up with. Let me explain what it means. So, when we think of the word discrimination, we happen to picture aggressive acts of unfair treatment, such as, discrimination actually. Well, based on ethnicity and based on race. But I call that active discrimination. But I think there's a different type, another type. So let's imagine that you're on a train going home from your work or university or wherever you were. The train stops, the doors open, and then a group of large foreign travelers comes walking in, speaking in a language that you've never heard of before. Now, I bet you that you're gonna stare at them, you're gonna glance at them, not out of negativity, but maybe more out of curiosity. But that's what I call inactive discrimination. We don't mean to offend others, and it's usually on a very subconscious, unconscious level. But as for the people who are stared at by multiple people, just by speaking their mother language, there's high possibility there for them to feel offended. And being offended, our international guests will grasp an image that is not so great for Japan. And you know, as the Japanese phrase goes, rumors spread like the wind, and that is the main cause of this problem. So, now we know the cause. How do we solve this, Leah? Well, I believe we mainly need to do two things. One, recognition of the discrimination itself, and then two, taking effort into making it vanish. Just that. You might think it's too vague, but believe me, trust me, it's going to be practical, it's going to be very effective, and very easy indeed. So, first, recognition. As I stated, most of the Japanese nationals don't even know about discrimination, which is highly understandable, again, because it's usually on a subconscious level. But that also means that if we try to start taking notice of it, it's going to cause a great impact on the status quo. Specifically speaking, you can ask a friend or a colleague who's from abroad the kind of actions he or she feels discriminated against. That leads to us knowing the kind of actions that people might feel offended. And then the second step, just taking caution not to take those actions. Just taking care not to take those actions can directly lead to the eradication of discrimination. Now, most of you might know that Japan is often criticized for its strong sense of monoethnicity. But on the other hand, it also means that positive thoughts can be spread easily and be permanent. And that is exactly why I believe this solution, my solution, is practical and effective enough. Each and every one of us need to take notice in this problem and start acting against it. So, lastly, to conclude my speech, I would like to respectfully borrow Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s phrase, "I have a dream." I have a dream that one day, from the pavements of Tokyo to the meadows of Nagano, from the snowy slopes of Hokkaido to the shimmering seas of Okinawa, every generation from every nation will be holding hands and living along. I have a dream that Japan will not be the most discriminatory country at all. I have a dream. We have a dream. Thank you for listening.
Now, we have a 3 minutes question and answer period. Mr. Tamura, please.
All right, Leo-san, thank you so much for an inspiring speech and for shedding light on the issue of inactive discrimination, which is often overlooked by society. And I think you inspired all of us to reflect on building a more inclusive society. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So Japan, for better or worse, is a largely homogeneous country, which might be why the idea of inclusiveness has not yet fully taken root. I believe that if inclusiveness becomes more widespread, inactive discrimination could disappear. What are your thoughts on this?
Yes, I actually highly agree on that. And I recognize that you've asked similar questions against Miss Yanashi and Miss Shirakawa as well. And I actually want to elaborate on that as well. Like, I also believe that interacting with people on the internet is a really good thing. And although there are cons like echo shadowing and filter bubbles, I believe it's a way that we can actually spread our perspectives. So as you said, by using internet to interacting with these people, I think it leads to the decrease of the inactive discrimination.
So how exactly can we spread the mindset of inclusiveness in Japan?
Well, again, of course, social network is a really good way because anyone can join without having the borders of the limitations of the actual physical location. But I also think that we're in need for the government to change the way of education. We're in an education where we mainly do input, but I believe that output is also very important. It's a way to show our express our feelings. And it's a way to know the way people think as well. So I believe those two are the ways that we can try to solve our society today.
Yeah, so focusing on education, you
Yes.
emphasize the importance of spreading awareness about inactive discrimination. So what kind of education or campaigns do you think would be the most effective in helping Japanese society recognize this issue?
So maybe exchange promotions from a lower level of education can be more effective. We only have them usually from university level, but from maybe primary school level is going to be effective because it's the time where we engage, where we foster the sense of monoethnicity. So I believe that's a way. And also, I think we can include debate or discussion as well. Thank you.
All right, great, Leo-san. That's all. Thank you. Good job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tamura and Mr. Kimura. Now it is judging time. Thank you for your patience. And now all the speakers have finished their speeches. The distinguished judges will leave this room. Please give them a big round of applause. Next, the speakers will leave this room. Please give them a big round of applause. We will have a 1-hour intermission. The closing ceremony will start at 6:13. Please be seated by 6:08. 6:08. Thank you. これより18時13分まで休憩といたします。18時13分よりクロージングセレモニーを行いますので、5分前の18時8分までにはご着席いただきますようよろしくお願いいたします。 5分後にクロージングセレモニーが始まります。ご着席になってお待ちください。 Now, the great speakers will enter this room. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. Next, the distinguished judges will enter this room. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the closing ceremony, or the 48th Annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest for Fukuzawa Trophy. Firstly, the distinguished judges will give us some comments of today's speeches. First, Ms. Sandra Tanahashi will give us some comments. Ms. Tanahashi, please.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Maybe. So I just want to thank you so much for all of your efforts that you've put into your speeches today and for this very unique online experience. I am very impressed by all of your talents, and I appreciated hearing your points of view and opinions on many different topics that are all really important to us in this day and age. I have just one thing that I would like you to think about for the future, and that's when you are committing so much time and effort into your speeches and into really persuading your audience to think a different way or to take a new approach on our problems that we face. Put your speech through some kind of application like Grammarly. Make sure you know how to pronounce all the words and that your grammar is as good as it can get. There are many of you who have excellent grammar in your speeches and very good pronunciation, but there are the occasional problems. And I just hate for anyone to put time and energy into memorizing and learning how to deliver your speech when there are mistakes in it. Because a lot of times we can remember our speeches, trust me, 20, 30 years from now, you may remember lines from your speeches. But I want you to remember correct grammar. So please use the available apps and available teachers, available foreigners, anybody that you trust to listen and give you some feedback and work your magic. It makes it much more of a good investment of your time. Thank you so much for today, and thank you so much for inviting me to be here with you today. I really have had a wonderful time, and just you're all winners. I know everybody says that, but you really are so impressive. Thank you so much for today.
Thank you, Ms. Tanahashi. Next, Mr. Yuya Kubota will give us some comments. Mr. Kubota, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for having me as one of the judges today, and all the 10 speakers. Congratulations to your wonderful effort. I was very astonished to hear all your impromptu speeches and both prepared speeches. And I know that impromptu speech, especially, is really tough. We need to prepare it in like a few minutes, and we need to deliver it. And so that's really tough. So, and actually, I experienced it, and Fukuzawa Trophy. I participated in this contest 10 years ago. 10 years ago, wow. So it is one of my memorable contests. And what is the most special thing is that I participated in this contest with my wife. And the contest organizer at that time was one of my best friends. And the result was my wife got the second prize, and I ranked nearly the top three, but I was, well, I'm surprised because I just had a difficulty in the impromptu speech. So I really admire your wonderful performance during the impromptu speech sessions. And talking about my result, well, I learned a thing that a very important thing in my life that wife is always stronger than husband. Well, I say this every year in the Fukuzawa Trophies judges comments. Well, I don't know if you're laughing, but because this is an online contest, I can't see your reactions, but I hope you are. So, as a judge, I'd like to give some comments regarding the both impromptu speech session, speech and the prepared speech part. So, impromptu speech, I have two things to talk about, and both which two things which you need to avoid when making an impromptu speech. Number one is to go for a low hanging fruit. So many speakers talked about the given from the given three topics A, B, C, and many chose A. So seven chose A, three chose B, and none chose C. And especially about the A, heritage. So it seems to be a very easy topic because there's just one word and you could relate some part of your experience, the episode to the given topic. And like you start from the speech like, what do you imagine when you hear this word heritage? But you know, this is a blah, 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 things like that. So, and many speakers actually did that today. And that is what all the speakers are likely to do. So when you make a speech and when you try to do that, you need to think that this is what maybe all the other rivals could do the same. And when you do that, it results in making yourself inconspicuous among other speakers and making yourself distant from the high score. And that's a shame, isn't it? That's a pity, isn't it? And the second thing is to avoid is to make a problem-solving speech because you can never solve a problem within 3 minutes or something. Rather, I would recommend you to talk freely about the given topic. It could be just about yourself. It could be just about your own episode. It could be okay if it has become like an essay. But I would like you to give a short speech, but includes the some important key phrase which sticks to our mind. And I feel like today some speakers did that really successfully. So that might be the difference in the result between the winners and those who aren't. And let me move on to the prepared speech. One thing I would like to say is don't focus too much on your issue. So many speakers today talk about like the sexual issues, the traffic accident issue, the disease, and well, they are all original. They are all original. And your episode is your episode. Your issue is your issue. It should be valued. But don't stick to that because your episode is, well, just one example seen from a wider perspective. So I expect you to start with your own issue. I expect you to start your speech with that, but I want you to think about like different cases or like reasons or opinion suggestions. So I strongly urge you to try to see from a bird's eye view. So to wrap up, the prompt speech, two things to avoid, picking a low-hanging fruit and making a problem-solving speech. And for prepared speech, don't just focus too much on your issue. So these are the advice I would like to give you today. And anyway, thank you very much for having me here again. And this year in a bit unusual style, the online style, but I'm very glad to see the torch of the Fukuzawa Trophy being passed down to the next generation. Is actually showing the concept. Um, so well done, committee members, for having this wonderful occasion here, and all the speakers for your wonderful performance. I'm very looking forward to talking with you individually at the later feedback session. So thank you very much. Good luck to all of you. Well done.
Thank you, Mr. Kubota. Lastly, Mr. Naoki Tamura will give us some comments. Mr. Tamura, please.
Sure. Thank you so much. It's been an honor to listen to the 10 remarkable and inspiring speeches today. Each speaker brought their own unique perspective, passion, and creativity, making this contest both inspiring and thought-provoking. The topics covered today ranged from personal growth and societal issues to psychological concepts and everyday struggles. And this diversity not only kept me engaged, but also demonstrated an entertainment aspect. It is clear that every speaker chose a subject close to your heart, which made your speeches outstanding. I'd like to share some general observations that highlight the strengths of your speeches and offer some suggestions for further improvement. One remarkable point is all of you effectively used personal anecdotes to connect with the audience on an emotional level. Particularly, I liked the fact that you shared your vulnerability. That really resonated with me. Sharing your vulnerability in storytelling is powerful because it creates an emotional connection with your audience. By being vulnerable, you invite your audience to connect on a deeper level, making your story not just heard, but felt. Good job, everyone, on this aspect. And one suggestion I'd like to offer as you continue your journey to master the art of storytelling is this. Focus on personal transformation. Personal transformation is at the heart of every impactful story. It's the change, the growth, or the realization that the protagonist experiences that makes a story truly memorable. When you share your personal transformation, you take your audience on a journey. They see the struggles, the lessons, and ultimately the growth that shaped who you are today. This transformation inspires and empowers your audience, leaving them with something meaningful to reflect on in their own lives. So the next time you craft a story, ask yourself 3 questions. Number 1, what was the key turning point in my journey? Number 2, How did this experience shape who I am today? Number 3, what can my audience take away from this transformation? Let me repeat. Number 1, what was the key turning point in my journey? Number 2, how did this experience shape who I am today? Number 3, what can my audience take away from this transformation? So remember, vulnerability draws people in, but a transformation keeps them engaged and leaves a lasting impact. So keep sharing your stories and let your personal transformations spark. Great job, everyone, and I'm looking forward to hearing your next inspiring stories. Back to you, Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tamura. Next, we would like to deliver appreciation for the judges. On behalf of organizers, I would like to express our gratitude. Thank you for your time despite your busy schedule. Thanks to you, we could hold this contest. All of us here are glad to having you as our judges. As a token of gratitude, we have prepared gifts for you, and we will send you them later. Again, thank you very much for your cooperation. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before the announcement of winners, I would like to introduce the prizes of this contest. First, the participant's prize is a sweets gift. The third prizes winners will receive a gift certificate and a trophy from KO English Speaking Society. The second prize winner will receive a gift certificate and a trophy from KO English Speaking Society. Lastly, the first prize winner will receive a gift certificate, a pair ticket to Tokyo Disney Resort, and the Fukuzawa Trophy from KO English Speaking Society. Thank you. Okay, please wait for a while. Okay, thank you for patience. Ladies and gentlemen, the most exciting moment has come. Now, I will announce the winners of this contest. Ms. Haruka Mori, the executive chairperson of the 48th Fukuzawa Trophy, will award the winners. Ms. Mori, please come up to the stage.
Sure.
I would like to announce the winner of the third prize. The third prize goes to Miss Risa Hirooka, representing St. Paul's University. Miss Hirooka, please turn on your video. She will receive a certificate from Keio English Speaking Society.
This is to certify that Risa Hirooka has won the third prize in the 48th Annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorial Contest for the Fukuzawa Trophy. Congratulations.
A gift certificate and the trophy from Keio English Speaking Society will be sent to Miss Hirooka. Congratulations, Miss. Next, I would like to announce the winner of the second prize. The second prize goes to Mr. Leo Kimura, representing Keio University. Mr. Kimura, please turn on your video. He will receive a certificate from Keio English Speaking Society.
This is to certify that Mr. Leo Kimura has won the second prize in the 48th Annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorial Contest for the Fukuzawa Trophy. Congratulations.
A gift certificate and a trophy from Keio English Speaking Society will be sent to Mr. Kimura. Congratulations, Mr. Kimura. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to announce the winner of the first prize of this contest. The winner of 48th Annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest for the Fukuzawa Trophy is Ms. Aiki Shirakawa, representing Waseda University. Ms. Shirakawa, please turn on your video. She will receive a certificate from Keio English Speaking Society.
This is to certify that Ms. Aiki Shirakawa has won the first prize in the 48th Annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorial Contest for the Fukuzawa Trophy. Congratulations.
A gift certificate, a pair ticket to Tokyo Disney Resort, and the Fukuzawa Trophy from Keio English Speaking Society will be sent to Ms. Shirakawa. Congratulations, Ms. Shirakawa. Thank you, Ms. Mori. I'd like to ask the winner of the 48th Fukuzawa Trophy from some comments. Ms. Shirakawa, please.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, Timekeeper, honorable judges, all amazing audiences, and all the organizers for hosting this amazing event. I'm still a little surprised from the fact that I won such a prestigious competition. I mean, it's Fukusawa Trophy, one of the big three speech contests among the ESS speech competitions. One thing I would like to say is, well, I'm really I'm really happy that like there were so many amazing speakers, more experienced, and I'm just a freshman, and it is such an honor to receive such a huge award. Thank you so much. I actually had a really bad cold up till recently, and after I got better, I got a stomatitis. I think that's what it's called. And right before speaking today, I had to take a few painkillers as well. It is such a thank you so much, and I hope I can continue delivering a more better speech. I have a speech competition tomorrow as well for freshman students. I'll try my best. And again, I have to say thank you all organizers for hosting such an amazing event, and all audiences. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shirakawa. Congratulations. Now, Ms. Haruka Mori, the executive chairperson of the 48th Fukuzawa Trophy, will give us the closing address. Ms. Mori, please.
Okay. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, distinguished judges, 10 great speakers, and my fellow organizers. Good evening, everyone. It is my great pleasure and honor to deliver the closing address here for the 48th Annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorial Contest for the Fukuzawa Trophy. I want to share the memory of Fukuzawa Trophy. Well, I was on the stage last year as an inner speaker in the 47th Fukuzawa Trophy last year. And I can say that with confidence, the participation for this contest significantly changed my life. The speakers were very great, and they were so good at delivering their speeches, and they inspired me, which continues to influence me to this day. And I am truly honored to be part of the organizing team now and have the privilege of contributing to this esteemed contest. After discussing the concept of the 48th Fukuzawa Trophy with the organizers. We decided on the theme, Pass the Torch. Last year, KSS experienced a temporary hiatus, and it just started this summer. So to be honest, I was not sure whether we could hold this contest. However, I'm on the stage now, and also like my desire to organize the contest was very strong, and to provide an exceptional platform for speakers, I persevered. Thanks to the support and cooperation of everyone involved, we have finally reached December 14th. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all who have contributed to the success of this contest. Our judges, speakers, organizers, and audience members. Thank you very much for supporting me in making this event possible.
Thank you, Ms. Mori. Now, we will close the contest.
今からみんながリサのいいところを言ってくれます。
厳しい。毎週大会に出るぐらいの体力を持っている。面倒見がある。忙しいのに後輩は面倒見てくれる。
普段とスピーチのギャップがあるところ。スピーチ前いっぱい褒めて自信をつけさせてくれるところ。白玉みたいで可愛すぎる。せーの、福沢はいお疲れ様。
リサ、福沢はいお疲れ様。今年1年ここまでスピーチとたくさん向き合ってきて、いろんな経験をして成長してきた1年間だったと思います。そして僕をここまでたくさん夢のある舞台に連れて行ってくれて本当にありがとう。また飲みに行っていろんな話して盛り上がろうね。
レナ福沢杯お疲れ様。トップへの進出がすごい。堂々としてて自信のあるスピーチが聞いてても圧倒されます。
さすが2号機体の新鮮。内容をデリバリーで共に文句なしのレナをスピーチはみんなの憧れのバトルです。今度スピーチについていろいろ教えてね。
レナ福沢杯お疲れ様。いつもレナのスピーチに圧倒されっぱなしで本当に憧れています。これからも素敵なスピーチをたくさん披露しちゃってください。
レナの向上心にはいつも安心しています。この大会をスタートとして、さらにみんなスピーチを見ていきたいと応援するよ。
おやすみ。おやすみ。お疲れ様。
今日はもういっぱい頑張ったと思うので、ゆっくりご飯食べて寝てください。本当にお疲れ様。バイバイ。大好きだよ。
みすず最後の大会本当にお疲れ様でした。これからチーフとして忙しい1年が始まると思うけど、みんなで力を合わせて一緒に頑張っていこうね。お疲れ様。 でこの前も多分言ってんけど、みすずが隣でスピーチずっと頑張ってたから、私もスピーチ頑張ることができました。本当に今日も頑張っとって偉いし、もう尊敬でしかありません。帰ってきたら喫茶コバル行って、その時にヒロアカの最新刊渡すつもりなので、ぜひぜひ楽しみにしててください。じゃあね、またお疲れ様会しよう。バイバーイ。
鈴木福沢杯お疲れ様。ドラマも忙しい中練習していて偉すぎる。ゆずきのデリバーいつもながらにめっちゃ良かったです。
ゆずきさん、福沢杯お疲れ様です。ドラマでもスピーチでも活躍されていて本当に尊敬しています。今後も両コンテクションで活躍されることを期待しています。
デリバリーの女神ことゆずきさんのスピーチでオーディエンスが湧いてること激愛です。来週のドラマの発表も楽しみにしてます。
今日はお疲れ様。ドラマもスピーチもいつも全力で尊敬してる。今後もセコを盛り上げていこう。
おやすみ
おやすみなさい。
お疲れ様。
お疲れ様です。
アイキ見ろよこのお疲れ。アイキお疲れ。見ろよこの景色。
すごいいいスピーチだった。
よかったね。
あの時なんかめっちゃベンチの俺に刺さったスピーチだった。
いやそれな。なんか俺もさ、俺も本当食生活には気遣うようにするわ。これ聞いて。て
かやっぱその1日分の野菜を信用しちゃいけないなって。
マジでそうだな。
ラストの
ラストのあれ響いた。響いた。
Not one day, but half day。
ノーベジタブルノーライフ。響いた。
響いたかな。でもまあ景色見たよ。
いや、アイキはこれぐらいビッグだよ。これ広い、なんかね、ビッグな女だよ。せーの、お疲れ様。
Thank you. Now, this concludes the 48th Annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest for the Fukuzawa Trophy. We hope to see you again next year. Thank you very much. 以上をもちまして、第48回福沢杯争奪戦全日本学生英語弁論大会を終了いたします。来年第49回大会にて皆様のご来場を心よりお待ち申し上げます。また、コメントシートは本日23時59分まで記入可能です。ぜひご記入ください。スピーカーおよびジャッジの皆様はそのままでお待ちください。本日はお越しくださいまして誠にありがとうございました。 なお、これより写真撮影を行います。また、写真撮影終了後、19時24分よりリフレクションを行います。それでは、これより写真撮影を始めます。はじめに、ジャッジの方々と入賞者の方々でお願いいたします。ジャッジと入賞者の方はビデオをオンにしてください。それ以外の方は一度ビデオオフでお願いいたします。
はい。私が写真撮らせていただきます。何枚か撮るので、ちょっとしばらくじっとしていただけたら幸いです。では行きます。はい、ありがとうございます。
こちらから続けて大丈夫でしょうか。はい。では続けさせていただきます。はい。次にジャッジの方々と出場者の方全員でお願いいたします。出場者の方はビデオをお願いいたします。
これで全員揃ってますかね。はい。じゃあ、また撮らせていただきます。ちょっとしばらくじっとしててください。はい、ありがとうございます。
はい。最後に参加者全員でお願いいたします。参加者の方はビデオをオンにしてください。大丈夫か。
全員揃ってますかね。はい。じゃあまた写真撮らせていただきます。はい。はい、チーズ。はい。ありがとうございます。
これをもちまして、写真撮影を終了いたします。
はい。では、私の方から少し浸透事項があるので、皆さんお聞きいただけると幸いです。これから、リセプションが始まって、スピーチのリフレクションが行われるんですけれども、スピーカーの皆様の中には、リフレクションに参加されないという方もいるので、その後のリセプションに参加できない方は、このまま抜けていただいて構いません。はい。よろしくお願いいたします。本日はご参加ありがとうございました。リフレクションに参加されるスピーカーの皆様は、一旦、そうですね、スピーカールームに待機していただいて、そこで、スピーカーアシスタントのものから今後の流れの、浸透があるので、お聞きいただけると幸いです。ジャッジの皆様は、リフレクションルームというのが、ブレイクアウトルームで作られていますので、そちらの方に移動して各自休憩をとって、19時24分から、リフレクションを始めていただけますと幸いです。で、リフレクションルームに待機していただいて、スピーカーの方が、移動する感じになるので、ジャッジの方々は、リフレクションルームにずっといるイメージでお願いいたします。はい。
あ、24分でしたっけ？もうちょっと早く始められたりする？
そうですね。わかりました。
ごめんなさい。
少しこちらでお話ししますね。少々お待ちください。失礼しました。お待たせいたしました。19時10分からの開始でよろしくお願いいたします。スピーカーの皆様は一旦スピーカールーム、それぞれのスピーカールームに待機していただいて、そこから今後のリフレクションの流れを浸透しますので、よろしくお願いいたします。どちら皆様はリフレクションルームにて待機していただけると幸いです。よろしくお願いいたします。